SRT.
And other stuff, Ryan. The map behind you is not a weather map. That's okay. We got a lot of people in the background pressing buttons, the producers and the people in the field. And I don't know, I think we're going to go to some folks in the field later on during the stream. All of our photographers are out there, obviously out at Rocket Ranch with a great vantage point. We also have some folks, I believe, at Margaritaville Beach Resort on South Padre Island on top of the hotel. And what you're seeing right now is one of our cameras showing you Ship 35 stacked on top of the hot stage ring, which is stacked on top of Booster 14-2, one of the boosters that was previously caught on a flight. And as we go through the timeline and as we get closer to launch, we're going to be talking about both of those. And I love this shot right here. I love this shot right here because it shows the past of Starbase Texas with Tower 1 over on the right side in Pad A, and then Tower 2, the future of Starbase, on the left-hand side, and the new launch mount that got rolled out and the big gantry system. And Jack, I want to bring you in and talk about some of what we're seeing right here on the screen because, previously we're seeing on the screen, you were standing right there on the road when a lot of this stuff came by, a vantage point that a lot of people don't get. Thank you for going back to that. You lose perspective of scale when you're looking at it on this screen. Talk about that experience of standing by the road and having these pieces move past, especially that giant launch mount and the work going on at Pad B. And we see you're still on mute, so talk us through that.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, so with any rocket, scale is a challenge, like a real challenge. And with Starship especially, it's even more of a challenge because it's so much bigger than any other rocket. So when you are in Starbase and a vehicle rolls down the road, or the launch mount for Pad B rolls down the road, or the chopsticks roll down the road, it really is perhaps the best and maybe even the only way to get a true sense of scale of these things. Even when you're on the beach, or even when you hike out into the flats and you're on the property line and there's a full stack vehicle there, it can still be hard to get a sense of scale. Like you stand there and you're like, holy cow, this thing's big. But the human brain is notoriously bad at being able to wrap itself around large concepts. Don't digress, Jack. But when it rolls past you on Highway 4, it is apparent because you see the people walking next to it. You see the Starship on an SPMT with a pickup truck next to it, and you can think, oh, I know how big a pickup truck is. I know how big a person is, and when you have them right next to each other and also right in front of you, it is really perhaps the only way to get a good sense of scale for these sorts of things. Because
this is what, a 400-foot tall rocket? It's absolutely massive. It's 9 meters wide. That's 27 feet. 27 feet. I could probably walk 27 feet that way in this room and not hit and hit the wall before I get to 27 feet. Like, it's huge. But because our cameras have to be so far away from it, it can, the perspective and things can play some tricks with your mind. So, yeah, it's absolutely the case that when you get a chance, that's, one of the many reasons we say if you can go visit Starbase, you should. Because when there's a rollout, it's a great way to get a sense of scale for these sorts of things.
Jack, I got a question because of the 4 here on this stream right now. You're the only one that has been able to approach also probably the smallest orbital rocket currently flying, which is the Electron rocket by Rocket Lab. How does that compare to Starship? Because I feel like the comparison between little Electron versus big Starship.
You know how I would make that comparison, Alex? And I want to be really careful here because Electron is a fantastic rocket, and I'm not just saying that because Rocket Lab flew me to New Zealand. But no, like the way I would put it, and I mean this respectfully, Electron is like a sailboat, like a little Sun Cat or Hobie Cat, kind of little mini catamaran that you have like 1 or 2 people on. Starship is a super tanker. It's a Panamax class container ship. Like, it can't even fit through the Panama Canal. Like, that's the sort of discrepancy that we're talking about here. Electron is very capable. It's also very small. It's a small sat launcher. Starship, if it ends up being used like as a transporter or bandwagon style program on Starship, maybe Starship does also end up being a small sat launcher, but it's a very large small sat launcher potentially. I don't really have the I'm bad with like people be like, how far away do you think that is? I'm like, I don't know, 80 million miles. So I can't give you like figures and facts and feeds and speeds, Alex. Like Electron's tiny. But compared to some other rockets like Falcon 9, weirdly enough, is actually a really tall rocket.
Yeah. Those
wonder how
chines,
tall.
those chines on the booster are taller than Electron, and that's sort of like how the scale of this vehicle. There you can see the scale with other rockets, with SLS, and of course the camera now.
Of course, the camera decided to pick
Yeah,
that
there you
exact
go.
moment
Yeah.
to die.
There we go.
There we go.
So-
But also shows, by the way, how huge New Glenn is. I want to quickly point that out.
Yeah.
New Glenn is
Yeah.
beefy. What is Adrian? Sorry, what's New Glenn's diameter again? Is like 7.2 meters or something like that.
It's 8 at the bottom, going to 7 on the main body because it is wider at the bottom.
Yeah, I mean, if it doesn't seem like a big deal, maybe to our non-super ultra nerdy tank watcher viewers out there, but if you look at almost all of these other rockets on screen, they taper, right? The usable portion, the portion that carries the payload, it tapers to that portion, and therefore, it's like any rocket, mostly fuel tanks. But yeah, when you have a rocket like New Glenn or Starship that does not taper, and you get all of that lovely usable volume, that's pretty wild. I'm so excited to see what sort of payloads New Glenn and Starship enable.
And to be fair,
Falcon 9 doesn't taper.
usable payload is a topic that has bitten SpaceX a bit in the past, because we kind of all know that is a problem with the with Falcon Heavy, because Falcon Heavy is very powerful, but still, so far, it will get
Right.
a bigger fairing in the future, but it just has the Falcon 9 fairing. So,
Right.
yes.
Good stuff.
Yeah. And
Sadly, most people on Advantage plans today don't know that there's an additional option that gives them amazing coverage for only $30 a month. Pairing this plan with an Advantage plan can drastically reduce the risk of out-of-pocket expenses if you're diagnosed with a serious health issue or had to go to the hospital for some reason. The reason most people are unaware of this option is because the insurance industry is full of agents who won't take the time to fully educate and explain how these plans work. They just want to push everyone into the same high commission plan.
yeah, well, thank you for helping us out here. $20, Norman. Thank you, coming in. 73. It's okay. You've been watching rockets a long time, my friend. We appreciate you. We talk about memberships a lot, and a lot of people are gifting memberships. Will gifting 10 Red Team memberships, and more memberships being gifted. UK Hudson, thank you for gifting 10 Red Team memberships. If you get one of these memberships, please say thank you. ArcTech gifting 50 Red Team memberships.
Whoa.
Also, Jake coming in with 50 Red Team memberships. As you just heard, Jack, we can't tell you how impressive that is.
Yeah.
The
Holy
chat
cow,
is
thank
probably
you.
going by with saying, blasting it. Thank you for gifting those. It really does mean a lot, whether it's 1, 10, 50. It really does mean a lot for those people joining the spaceflight community. And as you see those store memberships going by, a lot of people are coming in with questions. We want to make sure we get to a lot of the questions as well, not only from the people that super chat, but also just from everybody. Hit the thumbs up button, send us at NASA Spaceflight, and we'll get to as many of these questions as we can. Alex, there was one asked. Actually, you know what, Jack? I'm going to come to you for this one. This is not an Alex question. This is a Jack question, and this is a Gene and Jack question, because you and I are both nerds, and that's why we like each other.
I'm scared.
Haven came in and actually asked this earlier on our stakeout stream before we started the lunch stream. The
Steak.
ship naming, right? Right now we're still in S35, S36. When are they going to start naming ships? And hopefully they do it with Star Trek ship names, because I'm a huge Star Trek fan. Jack, what do you think?
That'd be cool. I mean, I'm fine with the culture names that they use for the drone ships. If they want to use culture names for Starship, that's cool. I don't really have any skin in the game. I know Mr. Tribalism for fun doesn't have skin in the game. It's weird, huh? If I could pick, if I could just snap my fingers and pick, it would be ship names from a book series that I'm currently obsessed with called Expeditionary Force. And there's various aliens, and they have various ships, and there's a species of beetle aliens that gamble a lot, and all of their ships have amazing names, like a suspiciously convenient and airtight alibi, like that's the name of a ship. I would love if there was a starship named Suspiciously Convenient and Airtight Alibi. That'd be perfect.
I think, we can go around the horn just for like real quick. Adrian, what do you think?
I mean, I have to pick Stargate. However, there's not that many ship names in Stargate, so I think we would run out fairly quick. So maybe like character names, stuff like that. I would love that. Finally, they have some character names, also ship names in Stargate, but going up there. But I think Stargate or Star Wars would be my favorite pop culture because I don't watch Star Trek that much. I like the other two Star things. So yeah, that's my pick here. But yeah, I also like numbers. Numbers are easy to sort in a spreadsheet. Yeah.
Alex, do you have a preference?
I don't have any preference in terms of what name they choose, but I feel like we're not gonna see names on ships unless they are crewed ships. Like if they are cargo or tankers, they probably will get some generic number or whatever. But yeah.
I love the pop culture references, but I think there's a lot to choose from a like video game and television shows. I mean, think about all the great sci-fi shows, like Jack mentioned, great sci-fi novel series. Yep. Yeah, books.
There should be a starship named Red Dwarf. There should be a starship.
Yes.
Yeah, there's all kinds of good stuff. And of course, there's I don't know, historical sailing vessels from over humanity's history.
Absolutely.
There's such green fields here. Good thing SpaceX wants to build thousands of starships because there's thousands of good names.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. I think it would be a lot of fun to just run the gambit. You could have, as Adrian said, Stargate references. You could have, Eagle 1, Space 1999 for all of you that are my age and older. And I know Chris B in the back channel is like, yay, because he made a Space 1999 reference earlier today. But yeah, I think they could go crazy.
Chris in chat says, name them all Enterprise. A, B, C, D, E.
Yeah. And it looks like we got... There it is. Breaking news live.
Take away that button.
We do have a SpaceX. Who wants to take this one? Adrian, you want to take this? A tweet from SpaceX.
Yeah, and a post here that confirming at least that they're still counting down to Starship 9 flight. Suspiciously not saying where in the 60-minute launch window they will target, just that it opens at a certain time. So that's always a thing that I'm looking at, and I'm giving them a bit of a side eye here. But we will see what exactly they will do here, and what will be the final time. We'll probably get to know that more closer to propellant load go. But yeah,
and that's an interesting point that we have timelines and trajectories and so on. So let's bring Ryan Caton in, and we can talk about the trajectory for Flight 9.
Do we have Ryan?
Well, let's take a look at the trajectory, and I'm also going to follow that up with the timeline, because there are some interesting things that have tweaked on the timeline side of things, of course, because this flight, this time around, unfortunately, Booster 14 will be flying its final mission. Let's start things off with the flight trajectory. Of course, we've seen this, guess what, 7 times before. The first flight, of course, expected to hit the Hawaiian sort of area. So we'll travel over the Atlantic, over Africa, and then eventually we'll be reaching a re-entry in the Indian Ocean. In terms of re-entries, of course, we haven't actually got a Block 2 vehicle to re-entry yet before. However, with Block 1, we had 4 vehicles which reached the vicinity of the Indian Ocean. If we recall all the way back to Flight 3, we had the vehicle, it lost attitude control during the coast phase. It then started tumbling, therefore it couldn't re-enter heat shield side first. So that's where that vehicle ended its life. And then we had flights 4, 5 and 6. Flight 4 actually made it to a soft splashdown to the Indian Ocean. However, if we remember the flap cam, the little flap that could, it had some plasma seeping through there. So because of that, we had some, let's say, we had to use our imagination for those camera views. We then had flights 5 and 6, both green check marks here, because those two missions made it to the Indian Ocean with an intact heat shield, with intact flaps. Maybe Flight 6 was a little bit wrinkly, but of course we had Flight 5, which was that nighttime successful splashdown, and Flight 6, which was that daytime successful splashdown in the Indian Ocean. Now, let's take a look at the timeline for this flight, because of course we don't have Booster 14 coming back. In terms of Max Q, that's going to be happening at exactly the same time as last time around. MECO is going to be happening 3 seconds later, and then we're of course going to get the hot staging and then the boost back flip for that booster over on this side of the screen. That booster is going to start heading back. But as you can see, we're only a few seconds off here. There's no drastic differences with the boost back startup, the boost back shutdown. But things change as we start coming back down to land. So the hot stage ring will then jettison. As we come down towards the Gulf, this is where things change. We're going to be 18 seconds ahead of the previous flight timeline, and then when we actually see the shutdown of the engines, we're going to be 17 seconds ahead. So we're nearly 20 seconds ahead of where we would have been last time around. Of course, over on this side of the screen, we never actually got any of these on the previous flight. Fingers crossed we'll get them for the first time, but interestingly, SECO is a little bit later than it was scheduled for the last time around. The in-space events are a little bit later than they were scheduled, but the actual re-entry process is around the same time. But interestingly, it's only 6 seconds off. When we actually get to the landing flip, we actually end up splashing down 10 seconds earlier than was scheduled last time around. So even though the re-entry is later, the splashdown is earlier, which could lead to suggest that SpaceX is trying something a little more spicy on the ship side of things this time around.
I like the way you say spicy on the ship. We know they're going to be spicy on the booster as well. And Adrian, a question came in about the booster coming in and not doing a soft splashdown. And if I could find that, the hot staging impact. Yeah. So we know the booster 14-2, we're going to launch it. It's going to push all the way, hopefully all the way up, uphill. But coming back, talk us through the changes to the hot stage ring first, why they've made those changes, or I might go to Alex for this one actually. Talk us through the hot stage changes, why they made those changes, and then some of those specific things on the engine testing on that booster return.
Yeah, so thankfully it's just a small change that they did to the hot staging ring. So they blocked a portion of it. Because in prior flips, when they did the hot staging and then the booster flip back for boost back, it sort of did it in random directions, all based on the sort of asymmetries of the push from the thrust of the ship, right? This time around, it is much more controlled because they have blocked a little bit, so they know now where it's going to flip. They don't need to reserve extra propellant for the flip or anything like that for the boost back burn and all that. And so they are going to be able to use a little bit more of that during the boost back and flight and things like that. And so the other thing as well, during the entry of the booster, you know, it flips back, it does the boost back burn. Of course, for this one, it's not going to return all the way back to the launch site, but it's going to be heading to the Gulf, right? And during that entry, it's going to enter a little bit more horizontal than previous times. It's not going to be entirely horizontal. It's not going to be like the ship, for example, but it's going to be a bit more horizontal, and that will lower the descent speed of the vehicle as it comes through the atmosphere. And so that means a less propellant than they have to use on the landing burn. That landing burn will also change. It'll use one of the center 3 engines will be disabled for the landing burn, and what they're going to be trying is making sure that they can use one of the inner or center ring of engines, one of those 10 engines, as a backup to the missing center engine, so that, you know, in future landing profiles they are able to do all of that. And so that's one of the things that we are going to see. Of course, as they go closer to the water, they're going to go down to just the 2 remaining center engines on the center of the engine section, and that'll be also shutting down. That landing burn will be shutting down high above the water, so the
Have you ever seen the magic glasses that can see clearly without glasses? This glasses can not only see far away, but also see near. This smart zoom glasses from Japan are really great. No need to wear lenses. The degree can be used from 100 degrees to 700 degrees. The glasses will automatically adapt to your vision, can see clearly far away and near, and are very comfortable to use. It also has the function of blocking blue light. Even if you watch TV or mobile phone for a long time, your eyes will not feel tired. If your vision is not very good or blurry, you might as well try this glasses. I believe you will love it. The lowest price on the market. Click the link to buy now.
And helping out with the infrastructure. Caesar doing great camera work and audio. Rare. I mean, we're truly gifted with an embarrassment of riches when it comes to our teams.
We really are. We really are. Yeah, go ahead, Adrian.
Hello, I'm here to confirm that we have indeed a Pope vent, because there it is. The tank farm is starting to kick into action here, as the first sign that we always see that tank farm is getting active is this Pope vent, which we call Pope vent because it's also white smoke, which means that now we have a countdown. So it's going, which is great here. Gets great news, and it's also about the time frame we expected, like 2 hours 30 minutes ish is like the time when we really started the chill down to happen. So great movement here in terms of progress, in terms of leading up to the launch here. And also I would say, and Alex, you can chime in after I'm finishing the sentence here, but I would overall say this confirms right now opening of the window seems very plausible.
Yeah, right now we are essentially around the time that we should expect the tank farm chill down to proceed into, this Pope vent process, as we call it, where, it should be happening around the 2 hour and a half mark before liftoff, and so that's pretty much right on point. Like you can see there on the top left of your screen, we are about 2 hours 33 minutes away from the opening of the window, so it looks like we'll pretty much have an on-time liftoff at the opening of the window. But right now, that's just conjecture, of course. SpaceX will keep ticking down as we go through. So the next major activity after this will be that subcooler activity that we're pulling up on the right-hand side there. The subcoolers will become very active as they flow liquid nitrogen inside of those. That's pretty much what they use to subcool the propellants. Remember, they are not at boiling point when they are loaded onto the rocket. They are subcooled. That means they are lower temperature than boiling point. That means they are denser. You can pack more of them in the same amount of volume. Also, at the same time, those subcoolers, they're going to start receiving some of the liquid oxygen and essentially propellant that you can see back when they used to do night launches or like launches very early in the morning. And so those lines will get very frosty as they transfer propellant from the ground tanks all the way out to the subcoolers. In that case, that's a liquid oxygen line, one of the many different big pipes that you can see in the main screen there on the bottom, sort of above the red ticker. After that, we're going to go into all of the chill down sequence of the launch mount and the launch tower. So we're going to see the OLM vent. That's going to be closer to roughly T-minus 1 hour and 20 minutes in the countdown. And that's essentially the same process that they're doing right now with the tank farm, conditioning it and chilling down, flowing some of that cold propellant and cold fluids in general, putting them at the right temperatures. Now, that vent that you're going to see there on the OLM and also on the tower, that's gaseous oxygen, because they flow propellants through the lines, the same lines that are going to be fueling the rocket. Those are the same lines. The oxygen warms up as you cool down that line, and therefore it boils off and it turns into a gas. They need to vent it. For the methane, that in that case they have a return line from the tower and the launch mount, which allows them to be able to recapture, recondense, and essentially put back the methane, the remaining methane, into the tank farm. Another thing that we might see as well is the loading of CO2. The booster has its own fire extinguisher system, so to speak. That's what you're going to see there on the chines. It has 2 CO2 tanks. They load them at very cold temperatures, so they're going to be venting. We're going to see the chines venting as we proceed into propellant load. So lots of different activities, and of course, that OLM vent will get more and more active as we count down and get closer to propellant load. So we expect what we call the OLM waterfall mode, right? And as you can see there on sort of the preview of what you should expect, everything just becomes like that, like a waterfall of that venting, of that gaseous oxygen coming off from the OLM vent and just, pouring out all of that. But that's pretty much what we should expect before we go into propellant load. Not visually. There's another step, of course, which is the flight director giving its go for propellant load from, after polling all of the operators and whatnot. That's going to come from SpaceX, of course. We're going to have to keep an eye on X and see what happens there. But as you can see, everything is progressing towards a potential on-time liftoff at the opening of the window, 6:30 p.m. Central.
I love that graphic. Oh, it's fantastic. I love that. This is a fantastic graphic. Another Ryan Caton special here. You can see the lock subcoolers. I love how it's color-coded with the liquid nitrogen, liquid methane. And for those of you, this is your first launch, and you haven't been out to Starbase or you haven't seen another launch here from NSF, this is a great perspective of how large this is. As Jack and I were talking earlier, you lose the scale. There's a lot going on here, and they're digging trenches and they're moving pipes. As Alex said, they showed some of those larger pipes you can see in the upper right-hand corner, the scale of the propellant they're moving. Yep. And I know one of the things that people ask, Alex, is the amount of propellant that they're going to be loading up in there into that ship.
Yeah.
It really is. It hurts your head. Go ahead, say it, Alex. It hurts my head every time.
I was going to say, in that previous overlay, of course, I've been talking about, the tank farm and the pope vent and the ground storage tanks or whatever. That at least gives you an idea of where things are located and where we should expect some of that. We're coming back again to that view. Okay, yeah. And so that sort of gives you an idea of where things are located and where we should expect activity next. But there you go. Habemos pope vent, I guess. It's hard to not make a reference to the recent conclave. I'm sorry.
And and you can see in the upper left-hand corner the L minus 2 hours and 28 minutes. A lot of people ask, again, if this is your first time, you're just joining us, the L minus 2 hours 28 minutes. What that actually means, and as we go forward, we're going to talk about it over and over and over. Adrian, why don't we see a T0? Why don't we see a T minus clock?
So L minus, right now the L minus clock technically is the earliest launch opportunity, which we assume is like what it's targeting it about. L minus is right now targeting to the opening of the window. A T minus clock is like an actual internal countdown clock. Technically, for a lot of SpaceX launches, the L and T minus clocks are relatively synced. Because, for example, like every time we talk about Falcon 9, L and T are basically like they don't have like an in countdown hold usually, like for example the United Launch Alliance has, but it's always a bit of a technicality here, and also SpaceX has not really communicated a full-on launch time to us yet. They just have communicated a window. So we are just assuming they're targeting the opening of the window, which right now opens in 2 hours and 27 minutes. And again, there's a very good chance that they might target something in that window and not directly the first second.
Yeah.
Hype.
Jack. Hype. Jack, while I got you, you're talking. Let's talk for a second, or a minute actually, about what Max Evans out there in the field, and what they're doing right now at L minus 2 hours and 30 minutes. What are they doing?
Well, very different things, most likely, than what I am doing at T minus 2 hours, which is either panicking or commentating. They're both way more prepared than I am usually, if I'm being honest. But no, you're checking all of your stuff. You're making sure your lenses are clean. You're making sure your batteries are charged. You're making sure you have a memory card in the camera. The sort of things you would be doing if you were a pilot and you were pre-flighting a plane. Again, if they're like me, which they are not, but if they're like me, then maybe they're in their own head like, oh God, did I put a memory card in that remote camera I set up yesterday? Like things like that. Just normal pre-launch anxiety.
How often do you panic in a single countdown?
Redacted.
Okay.
I could tell you, but then I'd have to kill you.
I would be freaking out that I've charged all my batteries because I know like memory cards and batteries. I'd be freaking out about that.
Let me tell you,
and
James, the one of the worst experiences in Starbase is when something fleeting is happening. Like let's say SpaceX is rolling a barrel section out of the factory into a mega bay, and you're trying to get a photo of it, and your camera either doesn't have a memory card in it already, doesn't have a battery in it already, or you have had the AC on too much, and you get out of the car and the lens fogs up. Any one of those three things means that even though you're in the right place at the right time, you're probably still going to miss whatever thing you're trying to shoot because you got like 20 seconds, and boy howdy, you better make sure you have a clean memory card, a full battery, and a unfogged lens. That's Starbase for you.
And as one of our amazing photographers, Jack, you would know that. For those of you just joining us, or welcome back, you're watching NSF. We're NASASpaceflight.com, and we love rockets. We're a bunch of nerds. I'm Gene Rowley. The voice you just heard was Jack Beyer. We also have Adrian Beal. We also have Alejandro Alcantarilla Romero. Did I got it close? He'll probably say, no, I didn't.
You do it better than me.
You did it well.
And we have a whole crew of photographers and producers, and we can't thank them all. But we want to thank you for joining us here at our live launch coverage. You can, there's about 60 people going on there. They're all out there. People all over South Texas right now, South Padre Island. Go ahead, Jack. You're on camera. Go.
Oh God! Kevin, Jay, Carson, Ryan, Das. I forget if Jason's on this one. Dan, Gage, Caesar. I'm forgetting so many people, y'all. It takes such a huge number of people to do what we do here. It really is an absolute machine.
Yeah.
And just trying to bring you all the best coverage we can.
Hi, I'm Jack. I said I couldn't name everybody, and after 7, I struggled.
Exactly right. Yeah.
I'm sorry, Jack, but you would give me a hard time for this as well.
I would.
Yeah.
You know, I'm a fan of sowing. I'm not as big of a fan of reaping, but I guess if I'm gonna sow so much, I'm gonna have to reap every now and then. It's fair, Adrian. It's fair.
Yeah.
Well, as you can see on your screen, we've got a lot of cameras deployed to Starbase, Texas. You can see the full stack of Ship 35 and Booster 14-2. Also, in the middle at the top, you can see what we call the Pope vent. And that's a very important vent, and we're going to be talking about that again because I'm sure their questions are coming in. If this is your first flight of Starship at Super Heavy, this is going to be a fun one to watch. They've done a lot of work on the ship based on the data they've collected from the last 2 flights. And again, everything you see on here is about collecting data and making humanity multiplanetary. Now, Elon Musk was supposed to give a presentation earlier today. He has now postponed that. It's going to be after this flight, and we'll bring you live coverage of that as well. And hopefully they give us, Elon updates us with some stuff going forward. The screen you see, that says that Pope vent we talked about, that's actually chilling a lot of the lines, and we'll talk about a lot of what goes on. We'll bring Alex back in and talk about the tank farms, the ship, the changes to the ship, and so on. But we would be remiss if we didn't tell you how we do all this, and we do all this because of the support from viewers like you. It really is because of you guys, and as part of my job, I got to thank a lot of people, so I'm going to do it really fast here. Hamster, thank you for the super chat. Dale, thank you for your super chat. Ninja Decimator, pew pew pew, a name we all know, thank you for your super chat. Space Poke coming in with a massive, massive super chat earlier. And you know what? You just want to say to you, Jack, IFT Downcomer, Space Poke, thank you very much for that.
I can't even be mad. I can't even be mad at the
Can't
Space
be
Poke.
mad. You can't. Marcus, thank you. Mark, becoming a PadRep member. I'm going to go into the memberships now. GT, becoming a Capcom member, and access to our Discord. Ernest, thank you for going out to shop.nasaspaceflight.com. When you see us on camera, you're going to see us wearing a lot of stuff you can go and get from shop.nasaspaceflight.com, and we appreciate all of your support. Let's get through more of these. Mechazilla, thank you so much. RC Horseman, this is one of those where we slow down. We got to slow down because RC came in with a $500 tip.
What?
RC is one of our moderators.
Wait, hang on.
Yeah.
Keep talking. I'm going to DM them.
Yeah. Come on, guys. This is just, you're showing us a lot of love here. And it's us and everybody in the background, all of our producers, all the cameras, and our moderators. RC, thank you so much. Wow. Go ahead and say
Yeah,
thank you many
I
times,
forgot
Jack.
so many people, by the way. Like, when I was trying to name people, and I came up with 7 names of the, like, 60 working on the stream.
Yeah.
I am a monster. Chat mods. Oh my! I already forgot the list. I already typed out chat mods, writers, store folk, infrastructure folk.
There you go.
The networking folk. SPL ops. Did we say that one? There's so many people. You're right.
All the
Gene,
robotics.
I have to
robotics.
concede. Yeah, the robotic ops. I have to concede that you're right. I can't name them all, but it really does take a team.
And if you like our coverage, if you like what you see and you want to know more, check out nasaspaceflight.com. You can join the newsletter that'll come into your email. I believe it's every Thursday. You can read up all the great writers, as Jack mentioned, at nasaspaceflight.com. Join us there. You can read all the great articles from all the space news you'll ever need. And also you can follow us everywhere on social media. We're on, if I start naming them, I'm going to forget them. They're going to pop up on your screen very, very shortly. But Facebook, X, Instagram, here on YouTube, Blue Sky,
TikTok.
TikTok, everywhere you are, we are. And that helps us bring you more live launch coverage, just like what you see on your screen. The amazing cameras, the amazing angles, are all available because of what you do. So thank you very much. One of the other things we do is we love to answer your questions because, like you, maybe this is your first day. I remember my first day watching NSF, and it was way back when there was a tent in the middle of out in nowhere, Texas. No one knew the name Boca Chica except for the 12 people that lived there, right, Jack? And now Boca Chica is a household name. And if this is your first time watching a rocket launch, jump in our YouTube chat and ask us a question at NASA Space Flight. And some of the smartest people that I know, I thought I knew a lot, and then I met these guys, and they will get to the questions.
There's so many good questions that come up that allow us to sort of frolic around in the realm of speculation, which is really fun because as much as we get to see and know about the Starship program because it takes place on the side of the road and next to a public beach in South Texas, there's still a whole bunch we don't know, and it's fun to think about and extrapolate based on what we do know, what we might hopefully learn soon, maybe even as soon as tonight, maybe even as soon as in a couple hours, maybe.
Yeah, we'll see. Excitement's guaranteed. Alex said, "Oh, what's up?"
I like it because now I'm looking at the top right view and I'm seeing the subcoolers. I think those are the subcoolers getting frosty, which is great news.
Better your game with our golf experts. Optimize your bag with a custom club fitting. Shoot lower scores with PGA instruction. Trade in and upgrade your current clubs or refresh with our 24-hour regripping service. Gear up at Golf Galaxy.
I started noticing hair loss here.
I didn't want to go bald. I needed to do something.
The HIMSS process was super easy. I spoke to a provider. They gave me a prescription specific to my hair loss.
You wake up, you put your Hims in, you're out the door. And then it grew.
I didn't expect so much hair to come back.
Finding Hims changed my life. Start today at hims.com.
Lower on that tower compared to what it is on tower at the pad A essentially, and then later they actually have enough space and locations on the tower, like they built the tower already to build also the quick disconnect arm to install it a little bit higher up if they need it in the future. You got to think about where the quick disconnect arm attaches to, and that is at the bottom of the ship. So it's only booster stretches that affect where that quick disconnect arm is gonna go, because the ship, if it gets stretched, that is all above the quick disconnect port, right? There you can see the quick disconnect arm attaches to the bottom, right? And to be fair, ever since the tower at Pad A was built, we've seen stretches. The booster gained another ring, that was the hot staging ring, and they adjusted for that. Not only that, but the initial tower design accounted for the quick disconnect port on the ship sort of like, every ship is built in rings of stainless steel, right? And so the quick disconnect port on the initial ship 20, that was located on the second ring of the ship. Starting on ship 24 and onwards, that was moved up by a ring to ship to the third ring on the ship. And so that means that ever since that tower was built, it had to be raised at the quick disconnect. You can see it's sort of reaching up rather than in front, right? And that's because it was raised, that port, relative to the tower by 2 rings. So even with that, you can still adjust a little bit with the existing tower and get a little bit more of reach if you just build the end of the arm to be able to reach up rather than needing to remove the entire arm and having to install it higher on the tower. Which again, Pad B has that capability if they needed to in the future.
That's an excellent answer. And again, that's the kind of knowledge that we have here at NSF.
I like that when
Jack.
when Alex answers a question, I can just let him answer the question. Like sometimes when I'm listening to an answer from someone, I'm like, oh, do I need to disagree here? How can I disagree here just to keep things interesting?
Yeah.
With Alex, I'm just like, yeah, he's just gonna say the right thing. I can just
That's
sort of
absolutely right.
zone out while
They're
he
gonna
talks.
demolish the tower and build a new one from scratch, and it's gonna be 200 meters tall.
90 engines.
Yeah.
90 engines.
What have I done?
67 meters.
What have I done? I'm so
Triple
sorry.
core, super heavy.
Yeah.
We're getting insanely behind on support.
Yeah,
Gene, you want
let
me to
me
do
say
some
real
speed
quick.
running here?
I
can
wanted
if you
to actually say thank you to Danny real quick. $100 super chat.
Holy cow.
Looking forward to a great launch. Danny, thank you. You're a legend. Jack, take it. Speed run it for me.
Chris, Frandeezy, or Franson, thank you for looking forward to a great launch. With gifting 10 Red Team memberships. Moondrift, thank you. Ninja Guy Dan, thank you. Drunar, thank you. They say, McGregor Live, the RUDs will continue until performance improves. That's actually probably accurate. Zero Gravity Gaming wants to know if we think it's too risky to reuse a booster. Nope. Honestly, in a lot of ways, this whole time, I've been feeling like the booster is the easy part, although the way this program has gone, that sentiment has changed over time. But they've already reused Falcon 9s. I mean, it's fine. Shane O'Reilly, thanks for becoming a Pad Rat member. Zero Gravity Gaming, thank you for the $1. Super Chat, Russell Snodgrass with a $100 super. Russell, what are you doing?
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Russell. Everyone's coming out in support. New super chatters, long-time super chatters. Russell Snodgrass with $100. Thank you so much, Russell. That's insane.
Wow, thank you.
Could a random wild coyote, roadrunner, or a flock of grackles cause a range violation, or would it take a crazy photographer in a kilt to delay a launch? I would never do that. Nor would I ever wear a kilt. Thank you, or TY Grizzly 147 becoming a Capcom member. I don't know if that's thank you Grizzly or TY. Maybe it's like a Beanie Baby thing. Plutonium 239. They say I have a crazy question. Do they christen the rockets before they fly? I don't think so. That'd be cool to like whack it with a bottle of champagne, bottle of Teslaquila.
That's what the poop is for.
Good point. Plutonium. Oh, we did that one. Duke or Doki. Thank you for becoming a Pad Rat member. John Blom, Red Team member. Doug Poole, Pad Rat member. Corey, Pad Rat member. Alex Vaughn gifting 5 Red Team memberships. Samuel Smith mentioning something that we have talked about a little bit in our back channel. V3 booster hot stage adapter is visible in the right-hand corner of Tim's new Elon interview, which has not come out yet, by the way. So we're looking forward to that, definitely, and the Elon talk tonight, which we are going to cover the Elon talk tonight, I believe. Adrian, correct me if I'm wrong, after the launch, should it happen.
Yes. Yes, but I will add the disclaimer but that the X-Stream was deleted for that talk at some point today. So we will see. They totally said after flight, so that after flight is from 1 minute after flight to the end of the heat death of the universe.
That's true.
So there is a bit of a wiggle room where that talk could happen, and that update could happen. So I'm like,
Excellent speed running, Jack. Appreciate it. We're going to do more of that because your generosity is just so...
It wasn't excellent.
It's amazing.
I feel like I didn't make any progress. Y'all are seriously causing me to be way behind in the support, but it's a good problem to have.
We're going to do it. It is a good problem, but we are going to get to it. I did want to ask Adrian this question. You can see there, as we talk about scale, the bit on the top, guys. If you don't know, that's the ship. And Cody had a question at NASA Spaceflight. Adrian, for you, how many people could this hold if it could carry people?
Haha, good question. It depends on bit of the destination of the people. If it's the moon, if it's the Mars. The range, I think we have heard in the past, is between. There's even as crazy of a number as 1,000 that was mentioned in one talk. However, I have questions about the feasibility of that. But overall, hard to answer. Really, really depends on what the overall plan is for how many supplies do you need, how much life support do you need. And there, by the way, it's a very good comparison against other tall buildings. Isn't that... I'm not going back to the technicality of that is Elizabeth Tower, but then also the VAB next, so you can see the VAB would be primed for building Starship, I would say. But
You can fit the entire tower.
yes, in the VAB.
That's how huge that building is.
It is wild.
Amazing. And now, keep this up. How big, Alex or Adrian, how big is the Gigabay going to be compared to the VAB?
Oh,
About a third of the size.
So it's
between a quarter and a third.
So the Gigabay is smaller? Gigabay
Yeah.
bigger?
Oh,
Yeah,
significantly.
Yeah. The Gigabay,
okay.
is significantly smaller. Yeah. The VAB is still quite huge compared to the Gigabay.
And right now inside the VAB, they've got boosters and they're doing stacking for the next SLS mission. So,
Yep, just missing Orion.
and if you want more information on that and other things that are being launched, NSF has a newsletter. Go check that one out. Follow us on all our socials, etc., etc.
And this week in Spaceflight.
This Week in Spaceflight is another great one. Yeah, Alicia Siegel does a great job with This Week in Spaceflight here on YouTube. Get all the notifications. I love this shot too. You know which one this is, don't you? This is our camera. Jack, which one is this right off the road? What do we...
This will be north. This will be North Beach.
North camera. Oh, Popular Science, 8 p.m. This Week in Spaceflight. I love This Week in Spaceflight. I really do. I like going through all of the rocket launches for the week, all of the updates from all of the launch providers, different countries. I mean, it's a really broad approach for getting rocket news. And if you're a solid rocket nerd, you're here. We know you are, like us. That's the place to go. And go ahead.
I've been looking through the support queue to make sure we're not missing anybody that's been extremely generous. We have one here from someone named Aljandro.
Okay.
It says, "Hi, I'm Alex. I'm using the amazing feature that allows me to send a comment along with my store purchase. Neat." Wait, so you really did buy the patch like you said earlier? You weren't kidding?
Yeah, I did.
Is that Alejandro? Sent that in?
Hi, that's me.
All right, sorry. I just had to. I saw that pop up and I had to bring it up.
I
love
want to
it.
thank, and since you called out support, I want to thank this person specifically for becoming a PadRat member. I do speak Hebrew, and I can say your name in Hebrew. It's right there on the screen. The problem is we don't have any vowels, so I would butcher this so bad. But I actually do speak Hebrew, and I could.
Well, you're saying it's just consonant soup? You can't say it because there's no vowels?
The vowels go underneath. So to me, this would be dode. The first word there on the right would be dode because you read it differently in Hebrew. But thank you for becoming a PadRat member. And no, I'm not going to try it because I don't want to. But we do want to support you. We want to thank you for your support.
Oh, come on.
We greatly
Adrian says
appreciate it.
squirrel on stream all the time. I'm kidding.
Well, the problem is Hebrew is read right to left, not left to right. So in chat, I don't know on the screen. It's one of those weird things.
Yeah,
I will try, man. I don't know. It's one of those I want to, but I don't want to mess it up too bad.
Do you want me to keep trying to get through the queue here?
Yeah. Keep working on it because the generosity is just off the chain.
We're 79 minutes behind, so I apologize if I'm being brief here. It does not
we do that every time.
indicative of our appreciation. Team Mercy, thank you. They say greetings from Belfast, Northern Ireland. Bending Grid, thank you. Aeronautic Space Agency, they say go Ames 33. Michael Oliver, thank you. Jake Winlow, thank you. Ryan Collier, thank you. They say
your home equity could help you find a way out, and it might be easier than you think. You may have been told it's not a great idea to touch it, but the truth is that it can be a great choice if you do it right. A HomeTap home equity investment gives you access to cash in exchange for a percentage of your home's future value in as little as a few weeks. And unlike a home equity loan or HELOC, it doesn't require you to take on any monthly payments or add a debt. Plus, the qualification criteria is much more flexible than that of many financial solutions, with no income or employment requirements to worry about. Sounds too good to be true, right? I promise it's not. You have 10 years to settle the investment, and you can use the money for anything you'd like. Paying off debt, making renovations, padding your emergency fund, it's totally up to you. It only takes 2 minutes to find out how much equity you might be able to access with a HomeTap investment. Visit hometap.com to get started today. You can thank me later.
Out of my way, pigeons. I get Uber credits back on my rides because I am a student.
We do too.
We do too.
Booster and Starship, assuming they're actually be that tall. Thanks for the stream, Alex. Go.
Yeah.
Cool.
It's literally built for that. Yeah.
Arctech becoming a launch director member. Insane. Thank you so much, Arctech. In fact, they upgraded. Launch director and flight engineer are the two highest levels of support for the membership program. So thank you so much. Hamster Space. Jack, aren't you excited for Flight 9? Yes, I am. Dale, thank you. I'm not going to read that. Ninja Decimator. Pew, pew, pew. They say, Jack, it's down, tuber. You hooligan. I disagree. Space Pope with a super chat saying, IFT comer. Okay, so see, now we're getting to the point where I was... Chad is saying I'm very loud. I don't think I did anything.
You're good.
Here, I'll just, I'll go like that with my mic. Is that any better? I'll talk quiet.
You used your diaphragm.
I got hyper. I'm sorry. I'm excited. GT Hattie, thank you for becoming a Capcom member. Markinus Markinson. They say, any news on the schedule for testing refueling in space this year? Question mark? Great work. No, we don't know. But hopefully we'll know tonight if Elon does the talk thing. Mechazilla, thank you for the support. They say, a bit off topic, but I had to rewatch the film The Core last night, and I realized the landing gear controls on the shuttle were electrical, but were they all analog in reality? That's a crispy question, buddy. I'm sorry.
I will say this. The Core references, you were watching earlier streams. Thank you for being here as well.
Also, yes.
That's an inside reference.
Yeah,
Huge
that's a good callback. Marshall getting the Flight 9 patch. Thank you. They say, after receiving my first patch, I was very impressed with the artwork and quality. Looking forward to starting my collection with patch 9. That's really that means a lot to the store team.
Yeah, I know we say it a lot, but we really care that the products you receive are good. Like I the worst thing we can hear is like if somebody's like would be like not happy with the quality, because these
Adrian,
are like we treat these as collector's items.
Adrian, you watch YouTube. Like the people out there are watching YouTube right now. You enjoy creators and support creators that you enjoy, just like people out there do for us. So when you buy merch, you want it to be good. And so therefore, when you help us make merch, you want it to be good. Hey, look, it's some of our creators.
Some of our
creators.
Oh, poor Das looks like he's baking on the roof.
Very hot. Yeah. Just to point that out, they're like in the sun on the roof, and it's apparently like crazy hot.
I was actually going to say, they are on top of the Margaritaville Beach Resort on South Padre Island, and it's one of the best places for a rocket meeting. It really is a fun time. I've been there many times, and we're going to hopefully check in with them maybe later. Here comes Das looking for something important that they need. But this is where Das gets all those amazing tracking shots with his camera and his rig. And that's just some of the behind the scenes that you get. Gage looking over his shoulder. And that's one of those points when we say hotel, we have a camera there and we say, oh, the camera's at a hotel. They get up there, they get these amazing shots. And again, some of those amazing creators. Go ahead, Jack.
Oh, you want me to do more? I'll do more.
Yeah.
Tim Reed, thank you. They say from low Earth to Mars and the stars. Thank you so much. The Nerdy One, thank you. They say 18 months of membership. Thank you for everything. Flight 9 will go perfectly. Philip, they say, hi, this is my first bought merch of a YouTuber. Seriously, thank you. As a person who works with other people and makes things online, and that is enabled by people who buy the merch, thank you. I see it as part of my job to buy the merch of other creators who I appreciate, because it's like a snake eating its own tail, right? Like, we have to support the good things in the universe, otherwise they won't continue to exist. Trey, that says, gig 'em, let's roll. They also got the Flight 9 patch. Michael, they say Flight 9 feels so long since Flight 8. It's so true. Chris, also getting the Flight 9 patch. They say another patch for Emily in Redmond. Nice. John, thank you for becoming a Capcom member. Again, Discord access at Capcom level and above. Also, Alan became a Capcom member. Kevin, grabbing something from the store. They say, oh, it's the Of Course I Still Lie Here shirt. Or maybe it's the towel. The panel might be dying. Shout out to NSF and Rocket Ranch. We were lucky enough to see Ship 35 Static Fire from Route 4 with Caesar. Ready to see it go to space. Oh, that's cool. That's really cool.
Yeah. And, when Jack rolls through that, it just shows you how far behind we are. We don't discount any of our support. We really don't discount it.
62 minutes behind.
Every single one of those is important. But, we're also here to have fun and watch a rocket launch. We're going to talk about one of the shots that we had, one of our cameras showed all the clouds at the launch site. You can see the Pope vent just going through and doing what the Pope vent does, and as one of those indicators in the timeline. But also there's some fun stuff. We love to have fun. And I want to specifically call out J.H. Boulder, who just said, at NASA Spaceflight, I just graduated with my aerospace degree and came down for the launch. I'm just over in Port Isabel, which is an amazing place. It's a lot of fun. We have a lot of fun in Port Isabel. But there are also some great viewing places along the Highway 4 over on the launch site, but also on the South Padre Island. Jack, I'm going to come to you specifically. Talk to us about those viewing. Well, you're always in the field. You know what? I'm going to do it because I'm always in South Padre. You can?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well,
talk to us about some of the great points for people to view.
Gene, in the before times, every Starship launch I watched from Isla Blanca. Starhopper. Starhopper, I was on Nomad's roof in the village. But SN8, SN9, 10, 11, 12, that didn't exist. 15, whatever. All of those I watched from Isla Blanca Park. It's a fantastic location to watch a Starship launch from. The only problem is you're gonna have to deal with traffic. So if you can stay, I don't know, say at the Margaritaville on South Padre Island, where we have some of our cameras, where you saw Dawson Gage on top of the roof just there a moment ago, you can walk to Isla Blanca and you can avoid the 8 hours of traffic. That's insanity. Because there's only one bridge in and out of South Padre Island. So Isla Blanca Park's a great spot. Really anywhere on the beach on South Padre Island's a great spot. But if you want to get as close as possible, and if you want to be surrounded by super turbo ultra rocket nerds, then you should probably go to the Rocket Ranch Outpost. Rocket Ranch is a campground makerspace, community gathering location, and they also have a separate location that's 3 miles and change away from the launch site. Basically, no humans can get closer unless you're SpaceX and essential personnel like Red Team or something. So, highly recommend checking out the Rocket Ranch Outpost or Isla Blanca Park, and also the Margaritaville Hotel. Those would be my number one recommendations. There's also a couple other, lesser spots, but I think that suffices.
And as you can see in the upper left-hand corner, go ahead. Go ahead.
Sorry, Roger in the back channel. I was wondering who Cynthia was. They said, good work, NSF River Team. And Roger in the back channel said, Cynthia's my wife. Okay, I was wondering that. Thank you.
Double heart. Yeah, we can't forget Roger does a great job, and all the people that Larry trying to flying the drone around, which we'll get there. There's a lot of people and a lot of moving parts, guys.
Did you call him Larry?
Sorry, Jerry. Did I say Jerry or Larry?
I mean, Larry.
Did I say Larry? Too. It's Larry, Jerry. It's one of those airy names. They're flying the drone around like that. I'm a professional. As you can see, one of our shots from this is from the Dune, right? Is the camera not centered? I don't think, or is have the chopsticks moved a little bit? Jack, I'm gonna ask you specifically that one. Do you think the camera is?
Well, they were doing those wiggle tests earlier.
Yeah.
So maybe they're just in their wide open launch position right now. I do want to say, whoever on the field team was the person who placed and leveled that particular camera. Good job.
Yeah, you did an awesome job.
They very clearly took time to make sure the ship was framed and centered perfectly with respect to the tower itself. Like if you look at the tip of the nose cone of the ship, the weather station antenna thing on top of the tower looks like it's a little beanie cap, like coming right on the tip of the ship. Like the lineup on that camera, chef's kiss. Wait, what were we talking about?
Chef's kiss. I love it. That's good. Put that on a shirt, Adrian. Chef's kiss. Quote Jack.
I feel like my favorite camera right now is Duno 2, because what you can see right now is like a lot of condensation forming.
Yeah.
As more and more surfaces of this tank farm get like in contact with cold things, and it's like more and more condensation because of that forming, and it's really showing like this beast is coming alive. And actually it's like always, it's describing a rocket as one machine is always feels very wrong for me. It's more like a machine orchestra. Like this whole thing is like the perfect melody, and they're like preparing this, and it's going through every single note and every single pace. I'm sorry, Jack. Am I not allowed to say it?
I just feel like that was a very German thing of you to say.
Look at that.
Anyways, please continue.
I'm done with my statement, Jack.
No, it was good. I think it's a very good descriptor, because it is. It's a bunch of different subsystems working in concert to make the whole work. I love how German you are, Adrian. I'm sorry.
One of those subsystems they call Stage 0 is that launch mount you're looking at right now, and that square box just at the base of the Super Heavy booster is what we call the ship quick disconnect. And I'm talking to the people that have never seen this before. Okay, a lot of you that have been on other streams, you know this, but I want to bring Alex in because specifically on the new launch mount that we just saw them roll over. You can go back and watch some of the previous live streams, them loading that launch mount that they built over at Sanchez and then rolled out. There's a question that came in about the booster alignment. This booster has alignment pins that we always see them putting back and taking off and putting on to get that very specific alignment with, I assume, BQD. On the new one, a question came in from Andrew at NASA Space Flight. Is Pad B going to have booster alignment pins, or is it better than that? Alex, I'm going to throw that to you.
You know, I don't think we're gonna get an alignment pin of sorts. It seems like at least the hold down clamps and the arms are a little bit more sleek, if you will, right? Some of the concerns and the reason why they have the pins is because they want to carefully place all the booster without hitting some of these hardware inside of the launch ring. Whereas at Pad B, it's a little bit less cluttered, right? There's for example, there's no Raptor quick disconnects there that could hit the engines or anything like that when they place them. It's less cluttered, right? And it's a little bit easier probably to put it down, so I don't expect any alignment pins for the booster. And also the hold down design has changed, not only the arms themselves, but also the clamps have changed. It's now more like a pinch sort of thing, but yeah.
So we're not looking for those alignment pins. They've designed a system on the new pad that's going to make loading even faster. We also see a lot on the previous launch mount, the original launch mount, OLM, if you will. I'm calling it from now on. That they do a lot of scaffolding. They're scaffolding up, scaffolding down, scaffolding up. Do you, Alex, expect that going in the future to be the same with the new launch mount, or is it just going to be pick booster up, put booster down?
It's probably going to be still a little bit of a because every single time they stop, it's probably to do some checkouts, like some kind of waypoints, right?
Mm-hmm.
Excuse me. And so the other thing as well that we should be expecting is that, of course, as they use more and more the new systems and the new pad and everything, they're probably going to be doing less of those checkouts, of those waypoints as they lift and sort of place boosters on launch mount.
Yeah.
We'll see.
We'll see. It's going to be awesome. I see Adrian smiling, but I do want to bring this up real quick. There was a question at NASA Space Flight: can it be seen from South Georgia? Space Nerd wants to know about an hour north of Jacksonville. I know that area very well. It's you're just north of Kingsland, Georgia. I used to go there all the time, and if it is seen from From there, it is seen where I am, but I'll be on stream, so I won't be able to see it. I don't know if you're going to be able to see it. It's already it's going to be up. Just takes
I'd be surprised.
6 or 8 minutes, yeah, and then it's already into staging and separation. So I don't think you're going to be able to see it from that far east. And that's why I recommend you take a trip to South Padre Island, take a trip to Starbase, get out there and walk around it prior to launch. It's going to be it's an experience you'll never forget. Jack has the privilege of doing it almost daily, and I am so jealous of you, brother, for going out there late at night, early in the morning, and being able to see what you see and do what you do there at Starbase.
In a word, it is surreal. In 2 words, it's an honor and it's surreal. So yeah, it's pretty dang cool. I do want to thank I'm gonna say the name wrong. Hang on, let me make sure I get it right, because they did a $100 super.
Wow.
Novus? Is that? I think that's correct.
I would say Novus Tippy.
Where?
I would say
Tippy.
Novus Tippy.
Okay, thank you. They say, let's do this. When 4K? Oh, buddy. I wish Das was on. The shortest answer I can give, because it's really not that interesting. There's the 4K YouTube streams like add a delay. It's like a 30-second or a minute-long delay. It's some insane amount of delay. But that's one of the many problems and challenges with doing that, is we strive to get you the pixels as fast as possible with as little delay as possible. So what you're seeing in front of you right now is a few seconds off Starbase tops.
As we used to say, in the drone world, near real time.
Yeah, seriously.
Yeah.
I also want to thank Matthew for becoming a launch director. Again, thank you, Novus. That was a huge amount of support.
Yes,
Ty's
thank
also
you.
becoming a Capcom. A whole bunch of people coming into Capcom. Drag and Drop doing Capcom. Like, I feel like I'm drowning in support. There's so much. Like, Todd Harris with a good question about the cryopump motors looking like Moai from Easter Island. Like, all kinds of good stuff in here. I feel like I'm drowning. Thank you all.
And we also want to thank Tony Z coming in with a $50 super chat. Great coverage, NSF team. Godspeed, Booster 14. I'll add the -2 and Ship 35. Go SpaceX. Ad Astra per Aspera. Thank you guys so much for your support. Again, as Jack said, we're drowning in it, and we couldn't do this without you guys. And I'm a guy that talks for a living, and literally we're speechless at the amount of support that has come in today, and we can't say thank you enough.
Yeah, I see Steve. First off, I didn't know Steve Kalovic was a cinematographer. That is news to me. That's really cool.
Awesome.
Steve says 4K is way better. I'm a cinematographer, and the difference is huge. Well, Steve, then it's not just about it being 4K in resolution. It's also about bit depth and bit rate. So we could give you a garbage stream that that was 4K resolution, but that's not what people want when it's being promoted as a thing of like, hey, we're going to give you a 4K stream. There's a lot of other stuff that comes along with that besides just the raw resolution. But Steve knows that, but our audience may not.
Adrian, question came in for you. I think it's a good question for you, since you and Alex, well, we all watch it, but this one I like that. River Dave wants to know, at NASA Space Flight, are there any Easter eggs on this flight? Decals, bananas? What can we look forward to?
Good question. So far, we have not spotted anything. Like, there's not at least like a obvious like banana on the side that they drawn on. There is at least, I wouldn't call it an Easter egg. One employee like cleaned up a bit of the booster, and it's a smiley. Like there's a smiley on the side of the booster. That is a thing. So that's it. But I wouldn't be surprised if something is in this payload bay.
Yeah, I too think there's something in there. I mean, they snuck the little clamps on the backside of the fins that look like dragon capsules. But if you want to know more and everything about Starship, we've got a video for you. So let's learn everything you need to know about Starship.
Yay.
Let's talk about Booster 14, the first Super Heavy booster set to fly twice, marking a major reusability milestone for Starship. It first launched on January 16th, 2025 during Starship's 7th flight. Built over a year ago, it began stacking in February 2024 and it was fully assembled in the April of the same year. It underwent 2 static fires, one in December 2024 before Flight 7 and one in April 2025. Notably, Booster 14 previously carried the Pi engine, Raptor 314, which was reused from Booster 12, becoming the first engine to fly twice. This flight may even push that to a 3rd use, but SpaceX hasn't confirmed if it is. Of its 33 engines, 29 are already flight proven. If launched on May 27th, the turnaround would be just 131 days, far quicker than Falcon 9's first reuse gap of 356 days. But of course, Falcon 9 was an operational vehicle at that point. Starship hasn't even flown to orbit yet. All eyes this time around are on Ship 35. After 2 consecutive Starship failures, SpaceX aims to prove they can achieve second engine cutoff, or SECO, reliably. This will be Ship 35's first and only flight. We're still far away from a ship catch attempt, so it'll splash down in the Indian Ocean if successful. It features the 6-engine layout, composed of 3 sea-level optimized Raptors and 3 vacuum optimized Raptors. Ship 35 has undergone 3 static fire tests, totaling over 90 seconds, including a 6-engine test that required a redo after a suspected engine issue. It also features updates to prevent past failures, like fires around the engine section, as seen on Flights 7 and 8. SpaceX is also trying to conduct similar heat shield testing this time around. We've got the normal heat shield tiles, we've got some ablative material, but we've also got metallic tiles and an actively cooled tile. This ship is also the first to feature structural catch pins. Of course, they won't be used to catch this flight, but they have been used in Mega Bay 2 to move the ship around. Ship 35 and Booster 14-2 form the full stack for Starship's 9th full stack flight. If you include earlier suborbital tests like SN5, SN6 and Starhopper, this marks the 18th flight in the Starship program. Interestingly, it's been 2,133 days since Starhopper's first hop, a huge leap in progress since then. If the launch goes ahead on May 27th, it'll be 82 days since the last flight. That's a bit longer than the 49-day gap between Flights 7 and 8, but it's likely due to SpaceX taking extra time to analyse recent failures, mainly with the ship, not the booster. This flight features expanded FAA airspace closures, reaching approximately 1,600 nautical miles downrange, all the way from Starbase to the Turks and Caicos Islands. This is much further than the airspace closures seen for all previous Starship flights. Though the launch site has seen changes, particularly with the preparations at Pad B, Pad A remains largely the same. That means we're expecting a familiar countdown process, much like Flight 8, with full propellant loading for both ship and booster completed in about 45 minutes.
Thank you, Ryan. Excellent update. That's what we're talking about. That's the kind of detailed information you get from NSF about rocket launches. And not just SpaceX, all the industry players that we cover their launches. Jack, you said you were down in New Zealand. You're covering a launch down there.
Not right now.
Adrian went to Norway.
But I was, yes,
well, not
last
right
year.
now. Yeah. Adrian went to Norway, and that's what NSF is all about. Check out more at nasaspaceflight.com. You can also, if you're interested in what launches are coming up, check out the next Space Flight app. It's a great app. It's going to teach you all kinds of great information, and it keeps us up to date as well.
I use it literally every day.
Yeah, I use the website. I use the app. It's fantastic. Go download the app. Let's see. Let's get back to some questions. Adrian, can I ask you a question?
Yes.
Are you like the old show? Are you free? You look around. Yes, I'm free.
I am. Since the beginning of the stream, I have not been away for a single second.
I love prediction questions because I know we follow this probably closer than most, but I love prediction questions. And one of the things that we like to do is, based on our experience, based on what we see, is ask those questions that maybe make a prediction here and there. They're fun. So I want to go around the room. And I want to ask a prediction question. I'm missing something in the back. You know what? Let's do it just for this one. I was going to ask a future question. Let's ask this question. We talked a little bit about the booster and the ship making it all the way through. I know Jack thinks there's the range helicopter.
It's orange.
I know Jack thinks that it's going to have some trouble getting through re-entry. What is your prediction? I'm talking all the way to the Indian Ocean, Adrian. What is your prediction? I'm going to go against Jack and say this thing's going to have a beautiful splashdown, and we're going to get beautiful coverage all the way down. What do you think, Adrian?
First off, I think that helicopter is red and not orange. That's my first point here.
Wrong.
And the second, I think there's a at least high likelihood that we will see a burn up instead of a splashdown, just because of the TPS experiments. We know they're experimenting, and these experiments can go wrong, and maybe they even expect some of them to go wrong. And I just think there is a potential that some spot will just have a burn through, and we will see a rut during re-entry.
Alex, same question. You're going to go last, brother.
Okay, all right.
Jack. Alex, same question. What do you think? Is it going all the way to splashdown?
I think so. I have faith that if it reaches Seco, we're going to see a good re-entry and splashdown. Namely because when they first tried a re-entry, a proper re-entry with the Block 1 ship, it actually went down to the ocean. And so that's why I think this time around it's probably going to be even better than the Block 1 re-entries. That's my wild take, or hot take if you want.
I'm going to talk before I throw it to Jack to get his a more detailed explanation, but I love the fact that they're testing the TPS tiles and thermal protection system tiles with like a wide range of tests. One is actively cooled, one is simply the thermal plating, one is a normal tile that we see, and there are other tests. Some of them don't even have them to check the ship and see what happens. But I think they want flap data more than anything else on this one. So I think they're testing the tiles. This is just me personally, this is my opinion. I think they're testing the tiles, but I would really love for them to get flap data, since again, this would potentially will be the first Block 2 to even get to re-entry. Are they going to get that in the plasma phase, or are they going to get more data going through the atmosphere? We'll wait and see. Now let's bring in Jack. Jack, same question.
All right. Hear me out. I'm kind of going to piggyback on what Adrian said a little bit here, but I'm going to throw a twist in. I think Adrian, I generally agree with Adrian. I think Adrian was generally agreeing with me that there are so many heat shield experiments, there's so many missing tiles, that it won't necessarily be shocking if we see a burn through and a RUD before this ship reaches a soft splashdown. Now, here's the twist. Could you potentially argue that if it does successfully soft splashdown in the ocean, that is a testing failure because their heat shield weakening that they've done did not weaken it enough? Like, my thinking is if you're going to weaken the heat shield to test it, you kind of want to know what's too weak. Because if they weaken this heat shield to test it and it makes it all the way to a soft splashdown, they need to test it again to find out what's too weak. It's not too weak enough.
I have a counter to that.
Go ahead.
Can I go in fight mode here?
Yeah.
They did the same with Ship 31 and it survived. Remember? Then you'd call it that they gave it a haircut because they removed some of the tiles on the sides of the ship and it made it to the ocean. It's true that it was wrinkly and whatever. It was a little bit let's say it was not in the best condition, but it still was able to go and splash down in the Indian Ocean. So it's like, I don't know, that actually makes sense that they probably expect some of these to get damaged, but at the same time not get so much damage that the ship cannot make it through, right? Like that. I don't know. I would say that this kind of test, if they actually reach the ocean, it's sort of success. Yeah.
Yeah. To be clear, I'm mostly just being silly, but. Yeah, I think
so
it would be a success if it makes to the ocean. That's absolutely a success. I just wanted to be fun devil's advocate, man.
Go ahead, Adrian, real quick. Go ahead.
Yeah, quick note. So you're telling me somebody at SpaceX will be really disappointed today with 2 intact vehicles hit the ocean?
Yeah, no, absolutely not.
Well,
go ahead, Gene.
I will say this. I'm not gonna. Should I leak it? Should I not leak it? Is the question. Everybody in chat and tell me. Should I be a leaker? Should I not be a leaker? I don't know.
Do it.
But I will say this. Watch the merch store. That's all I'm going to say. All I'm going to say. Let's see if Adrian's face changes. That's all I'm saying. And when you see us on camera, right, we're wearing these shirts. You see the patches come by in the upper right-hand corner. Guys, that's a huge way of supporting us. when you see us wearing these shirts, I bought this. I support NSF. And, you know, it's a privilege for us to do this. There's Alex in the rocket, the thrust collection. There's another Hawaiian shirt. Have you ever been to Hawaii?
It's just orange. Sorry.
It's just orange. It's just an NSF cruise shirt. You can't get that one. Well, you can, technically. But go out to shop.nasaspaceflight.com. 60% of our patches for this flight, there it is on screen, are already gone. You have got to go and order during this stream. The number there's Jack's favorite transition.
Oh, dear.
The number that are ordered dwindles very, very quickly. There's some of the shirts modeled by Dan and
Jerry.
Is that Jerry? Jerry, I can't see. It's really small.
Yep.
Model some of the shirts of patch 9. Another
God,
fabulous
why
transition.
the cube
The gauge.
He's doing it on
within the
purpose.
5 box. Why are
I
you
love
doing
it.
the cube zoom
I
in the
wanna-
5 box?
While I
absolutely
think this
love
is
it.
very important feedback, I want to quickly also point out the fact that it's not 60% sold. We are in the last third. We are in the last third.
You got it. I'm telling you.
It's a good problem to have.
that's
It really is.
It really is. So thank you for going out to shop.nasaspaceflight.com. Scroll through all of it. There's a lot of great stuff out there, and all of it goes
Gene.
to support what we do. And some of it, before I come to you, some of it actually goes directly to our photographers. Those metal prints that you see, I've got a one right here. It's in a roll. I'm going to have it framed, and you're going to see it behind me later on streams. Not this one.
You don't even need to frame the metal ones, my guy.
You don't, but this one's not metal. That goes to the photographer. Go ahead, Jack.
I was just going to say, I don't even remember
More
what I
cube
was gonna
zoom,
say.
more better?
No. Oh yeah, the patch. We talk about the patch selling out a lot. You know, we only ordered a finite amount, but the patch design for this launch and other launches also comes in sticker form and like on T-shirts and mugs and other stuff. So if you miss out on the patch but you like the design, or you didn't miss out on the patch but you also like the design, you know, there's other ways and other things you can get it on as well if you're not a patch person but you like the design.
Yes, go out there. Shop.nasaspaceflight.com. Keep watching that clock. It is an L0, 1 hour, 35 minutes. That is to the what we expect to be the opening of their launch window. As soon as we get confirmation of where SpaceX is in their internal countdown, we'll change that to a T0. I want to throw a question to Alex real quick about the future of this program. And we talked a little bit previously about Pad B, Tower 2. We saw them build it. We saw them do the stress testing with the bags and all that stuff. When Valix, I hope I said that right, Valas, wants to know at NASA Spaceflight, when could we expect to see a launch from Pad B?
Whenever it's completed and whenever they have the vehicles for it. Right now, we are waiting to see, Booster 18, the first Booster B, essentially Block 3, and potentially Ship 39, which might also be the first Block 3 ship. So that could be as early.
I think I'll be fine without it, to be honest.
Without a Block 3 ship? Keep going, Alex.
Ryan just came in here. Anywho, but yeah, that's essentially what we should expect for whenever those are ready to go. Then that could be Pad B being debuted. That could be later this year. Could be early next year. We'll see.
And it's going to be exciting to see that flame trench kick up and just all the 33 and future 35 Raptor engines pushing down on that. It's just going to be amazing to see. A lot of people are still asking about the weather. You can see some blue sky there on your screen as we watch the tank farm. Let's cut over to Ryan Caton, who has an update on the weather.
One thing I do need is this map. So let's take a look, because the clouds have been moving across from west to east. This kind of clean band here, this clear band over the Gulf Coast of Louisiana and Texas, is moving along with it. But there is one thing I am keeping an eye on. If we look at Starbase all the way down here, coming in from Mexico in this direction, we've got some like 3 distinct bands of vertical clouds you can see coming in here. It's like 3 that kind of smear into one huge cloud blob. It's moving east, ever so slightly east. I'm not sure whether to be concerned about this or not, because it's not moving directly north over Starbase, it's drifting out into the Gulf. So definitely something to keep an eye on, but as you can see right now, there is a bit of a clear, as you can see all around me, there is clear skies-ish. Hopefully visibility will be okay for our tracking cameras. We've also just got a last-minute updated weather forecast that's come in for the winds. At around 5 kilometers in altitude. The wind is blowing in at 10 knots from east to west. At 6 kilometers, that's 10 knots from west to east. So that is wind shear. That is within a kilometer, the same velocity of wind doing a 180-degree turn. However, they've launched in worse wind conditions before. So assuming that these weather conditions here stay like they are currently for launch, and we don't get a huge blob of cloud move north over Brownsville and Starbase, the current forecast says weather conditions should be okay, at least from what we're able to see. These are, of course, not official weather forecasts, not the official data SpaceX is looking at, but from what we're able to gather from the stuff that is available to the general public, it's looking good at the moment. Keep your fingers crossed, an hour and a half to go. I'm feeling pretty confident about it at the moment.
Thank you, Ryan. We love the maps, and the wind shear's a thing. We will keep an eye on that for you here at NSF. We've got a lot of people doing work in the background. As we come up on L minus 1 hour and 30 minutes, I did want to, as we do periodically, talk about the status of these ships. You see the Pope vent going there in the foreground on the left-hand side. You can see a buildup in some of the things coming across from the tank farm. And as we get further into this launch, it's going to build up. As Alex was, if you didn't see earlier, Alex went through a really, really good what we can expect as we get closer. So as we get closer, and we are every second, we're going to keep bringing you more up-to-date information. And what I want to do, Jack, if we could go through and we could thank some folks. It's been a minute, and I want to start off real quick with the Easy Cajun and another very, very generous $50 super chat. Great job, guys. I'll be on the rooftop here in Key West tonight watching the stream. So thank you very much for watching. But $50, awesome. Do you think we'll be able to spot the Starship? I don't know. We have no idea. By the time it gets over Key West,
possibly,
I don't know.
Yeah, it's entirely
Maybe.
possible.
Yeah,
I mean, people in the central. Never eat sour water. People on the central eastern side of Florida, I believe, did see Flight 8 rutting. So, entirely possible. Especially if they don't go at the start of the window, but they go a little bit later in the window, you get a little bit darker skies, like it should be easier to see kind of deal. I mean, if you're ever in doubt, wherever you are around the world and wherever the rocket is launching from, if you're ever in doubt if you can see it or not, just go outside and look. Worst case, you see nothing. Best case, you see something really, really cool. Even better case, one time there was a jellyfish launch over LA, like years ago, when nobody really knew that was a thing. And I went up to a rooftop bar in downtown LA, and I'm like standing there with some friends pointing into the sky, and these really fancy people at this rooftop bar in LA who are all dressed in suits, and we're like grimy in t-shirts from an editing job. And they're like, what are you pointing at? I'm like, oh, there's going to be a rocket in the sky. I felt like a prophet. It was amazing. So yeah, go outside and look. Because you know, you might be able to tell someone on your street, like your neighbor, like, hey, look up. It's going to be something cool. And they're going to think you're crazy until they're going to think you're a prophet.
Until they see the awesomeness with you. Yeah. Let's take a couple more minutes and let's thank some folks. Jack, if you want to roll through those real quick.
TechRan, thank you so much. Booster and ship have grown. Shipped by what, Alex, like a ring on the ship and a ring on the booster for the hot stage ring? Is it only really 2 rings?
What I meant is that the quick disconnect arm has to reach 2 rings higher than when it was first installed on the tower, because first they raised where the quick disconnect port is on the ship from the 2nd ring to the 3rd ring, starting from the bottom, and then they added also on top of that the hot stage ring. So yeah, it is right now 2 rings higher. On Pad B, the arm will actually sit a little bit lower on the tower relative to where it is on Pad A, because the booster will also sit lower.
Yeah,
so overall,
the mount at Pad B is lower than the mount at Pad A relative to the tower.
Exactly. And so because of that, even though the booster will be stretched a little bit, it's just a little bit, by the way. People think that it's going to be a huge stretch. It's just a little bit.
It's just a little stretch. It's still good.
Just a little stretch. It's still good. Exactly. And so because of that, it actually needs to go down. Whenever they actually stretch it, I don't know, a block 4, block 5 sort of variant, then they will be able to raise it up, because they also have the attachment points to put it, at the same height as it is there at Pad A.
Got it. Thank you, Alex. Laser Tech gifting 10 red team memberships. Thank you, buddy. UK Hudson. They say Bacon Kilt Downcomer with Ultra Zoom Pan Down Box. Oh, God. I just said that out loud. I should have read that.
Nice. No. Adrian, make that a T-shirt, please.
Someone clip that? Anybody?
I should have read that before I read that.
Oh, yes.
I just experienced my favorite NSF moment of all time because you said it so excited.
If you know, you know. Yes.
I know
so
a lot
mad
of Twitter
right now.
accounts out there that are going to clip that and they're going to say, "Oh,
furious.
NSF is cooked" or something.
I'm so furious right now. Okay, let's see. Dang it, David! Thank you for the grabbing the Hawaiian shirt from the store and the kind words. They say I really appreciate the fantastic narrative for those of us who are blind, which allows us to follow the action. That means so much to us. We'll do our best to provide you with the best theater of the mind that we can. B1062, thank you so much. They say, how many ships could a starship ship if a starship could ship ships? 1. Easy answer. I don't know why everyone always asks that. The answer is 1. It's very intuitive. Norman, thank you for the support. They say, well, Starship without booster would make a capable SSTO smallsat launcher. Fair. Daniel B. Is that our Daniel B? If it is, gross. They say they gifted 5 red team memberships. Seriously, Dan, thank you. It's not gross. Anonymous, getting the Flight 9 patch. They say on Pad B's over to launch mount, orbital launch mount, I believe they meant. It's going to have 2 quick disconnects. What do you think fuel time would be? It takes about 45 minutes to load at Pad A. Alex, do we expect fuel load times? Hey, look, speaking of fuel load, it looks like the helicopter just finished doing that.
Red helicopter.
It's not. It's International Orange. It's FF4.
Rapid reusability of red helicopter. But yeah, we expect the loading times to shrink also because thicker pipes as well, they can carry more flow, and also they have a lot more better pumps and subcoolers and whatnot.
Yeah, good deal. Chardy, thank you for gifting 10 red team memberships. I immediately thought of Chardy McDennis, which anyways, Newtopia Labs, thank you for gifting 5 red team memberships. Frank B, they say if Flight 8 is 100% perfect, I think you mean 9, when next launch? End of June? I'll be in South Padre then. If Flight 9 goes perfect, when do we think the next launch is? Adrian, go.
I think next week we will see then the static fire for Ship 36, and I think we will see a launch, and I'm actually going on the record here. Watch this, I'm gonna say there's a launch in the week of the 23rd of June.
Oh, wow. Nice.
Ooh, that's pretty precise. I want to thank everybody for joining us here at NSF. You're watching live launch coverage of Starship Flight 9. As you can see, we are L-minus 1 hour, 24 minutes. And I'm going to throw to Alex here, who's going to give us a rundown of our timeline and the statuses of both the Super Heavy booster and Ship 35.
Yeah, so right now we're still counting down to that opening of the window at 6:30 p.m. Central Time. The local time there at Starbase in Texas. And one of the things that we're seeing, of course, is that tank farm activity is sort of, coming and going. They're chilling down that tank farm. But the next major event that should happen will be the conditioning of the launch mount propellant lines and also the propellant lines that go up to the tower. So there you can see a few of the next steps. Of course, in the background right now, if they are targeting that opening of the window at the Launch Control Center at Starbase, they should be undergoing a go no go pull for propellant load. That final go should be given around the T minus or L minus, I guess, 1 hour and 15 minutes in the count. Fortunately, we don't have access to that countdown, audio, nets, and things like that. So we will have to wait and see what SpaceX says. Sometimes they have needed a few more minutes. We have a 60-minute window today. So if we see some of these signs, right, like I just said, that we're going to see the chill down of the propellant lines to the launch mount and tower, that's going to create vents out of the tower and out of the OLM vent in the launch mount. And so if those delay a few minutes, don't be too surprised, don't be too, scared or anything like that. They have a 60-minute window, aka 1 hour window, and therefore they have plenty of time to maybe shift that T0, that launch time, if they wanted to adjust to whatever. Like we've seen in previous flights, they have adjusted the T0 because there were boats in the area, there were, little things here and there, they were watching the winds, all that stuff. And so right now we're just waiting for those vents to come up. And by the way, you can see there preparations are continuing to
Oh.
clear out the
This is a big deal.
roadblock. These
That's a
folks
good
are here
sign.
with me in the webcast here. They are getting excited, right? And the whole reason for that is because this roadblock being vacated means that we are in good position for the start of propellant load. Once the rocket is fully loaded, that area will be within the blast danger area, right? They don't want to be there. That's too close for comfort. So the police, the sheriff, the county sheriff, the SpaceX security as well, they are all vacating that roadblock. And of course, right now, the last roadblock, if you will be this one at the Richardson Avenue intersection with Highway 4. And so beyond that, only SpaceX employees and actually only the sort of, the essential personnel, if you will, and police will be able to go beyond this. And so that's pretty much where we are right now. There you can see a sort of rundown of where those closures are. That's the one that's being vacated right now. That one is a little bit more rare. It's not going to be used today, but it's still, sometimes used. That's the one that I just mentioned at Richardson Avenue. And then well before that, sort of at the end of Brownsville, at the Oklahoma Avenue intersection with Highway 4, is the soft roadblock. So that's the 3 roadblocks right now down to 2, because that one close to the launch pad has been vacated ahead of propellant load, hopefully beginning in 30 minutes from now. It should be. It starts roughly at T-minus 51 minutes and 37 seconds with the ship liquid oxygen load. So hopefully we get a frosty vehicle in no time. 30 minutes pass really quickly.
Yeah, this is the moment in the countdown where everybody sees something and just starts talking. So just be aware that if someone sees something, they're gonna cut in and they're gonna start talking, and we want them to, because we want the latest to the minute update. Adrian, question for you real quick about the payload that's going on in this Starship. We saw them loading the sim links in there. Tell us about what do they care about this? We've seen them launch a payload. We've seen them launch a banana, if you will. We've seen them open it up. They've tried many times. What is this? Has 8 on it now?
I mean, the answer to this is, how do you go from test flights to real actual flights? Well, you fly payloads, right? And this is one important step getting there, because once they have demonstrated enough capabilities that they feel confident enough to do it, they can start to go into real orbits. And once they go into real orbits, well, if you're up there, why not target an orbit where you need to deploy a ton of Starlinks anyway and use that? And I have to interrupt myself here because I see it, and I will quickly mention it, that at this point the tower vent has started, which means the lines to the ship are being chilled now, which is confirmation that they are preparing propellant loading on this deck.
Yeah, between the roadblock
Awesome.
moving and that tower vent starting up. Okay, all right. But bear with me for a second. Here's what I
Illustrator.
want everybody out there in viewer land to do. I want you to put on your space overalls. Doesn't matter if they're a clean pair. It's all right. You're at home. Put on your space overalls. Go on over to your bucket of space coal and start shoveling that into your hype boiler, because this hype train is sailing, because we're under an hour and 20 minutes away from launch and we're about to get into propellant loading, and this is actually going to happen, and it might not explode this time. Well, I mean, part of it's going to... Well, okay, it's all going to explode this time, but hopefully it explodes at the right time when it's supposed to.
Can we use an environmental friendly hype? Electric hype. You can charge it.
Yeah. Also, electric hype is allowed if you source your electricity for the electric hype kettle.
Use your hype solar panels, use your hype solar panels, put them on your
Nuclear
hype
power.
roof.
Nuclear hype. Let's go.
Nuclear hype. There you go.
My goodness, I don't know where to go with that.
You said you wanted some hype. I gave you some hype.
I did. I'm, we're going to do that again because I'm getting excited with the tower event. That means things are starting to chill out.
It's launch day, my dudes. Let's go.
I'm trying to make a Sawyer pun. Yeah, let's do this. Here you go, Alex. Question for you. At NASA Space Flight. Oh, there's the tower event. You can see it.
Yeah, there you go. That's a replay from an old test or launch. Sort of explain away. By the way, the OLM vent, the launch mount vent, should be coming up next within a few minutes. I'm expecting it to be a little bit more delayed this time around on previous 2 launches because the timelines have shifted.
Alex?
It's there already?
I have good news for you about that, because if you look in the cameras, I think South 03 can see it.
I can see it.
We have OLM vent as well.
It's there. Okay.
And this point, both areas are being prepared for loading. Not loading yet. Just one step ahead of that. But SpaceX is conditioning everything right now in preparation for propellant loading.
For those wondering, that what they are venting right now is gaseous oxygen, so that's safe to be vented right now there. It's okay.
And Alex, keep going. Tell people why we're doing this. Why are these such a big deal? And
why
we need to do that.
Yeah, because this is in preparation for the propellant load. One of the important things is that these are very cold propellants, right? They are, I think the liquid oxygen, subcooled liquid oxygen is roughly minus 200 degrees Celsius, minus 180 for the methane, I think. And so it's very cold, and all of those pipes, until very recently, they were essentially at ambient temperature, right? Whatever temperature it is right now at Starbase. And so they need to be chilled down to those conditioning, it's what they are called conditioning conditions, I guess. It's very redundant. But yeah, they're conditioning those lines, getting them to the operating temperatures, and essentially, that prevents a lot of the bad things when you get a cryogenic onto a metal line, for example. You can crack the metal, you can, suddenly boil off your liquid, your cryogenic liquid, and that can make really bad things to your piping. And so that's why they have the vent, because the gaseous oxygen, they need to vent it. The gaseous methane, it is returned back to the tank farm.
Excellent. Thank you so much. So a lot of people just joining us. If this is your first time in chat, let us know this is your first time watching an NSF stream or a rocket launch here with us on NSF. And if this is your 20th, let us know, because we love to see where everybody's. You know what? Let's do that. Let us know where you're watching the stream is right now. Let us know where you're watching the stream right now, so we know, and we can just watch chat scream by. It's one of my favorite things to do. Jack, let's take the next 90 seconds or so, and again, let's thank people for their generous support.
Jack, you're muted.
I was muted. What you didn't hear me say while I was muted is that, am I muted? Oh, look, I'm muted. And then I unmuted myself. Anyways, here we are. Tim Sutton, thank you for gifting 20 Red Team memberships. Ryan, thank you as well. Gary, thank you. Steve Kalovic wants to know what's different with photos and video this time, but I'm not even there, and I don't even know. I got Shanghaied away from Starbase to do Redacted. The Sun Express, thank you. Michael Carnes, thank you. Colorado Whiskey Guy. Ooh, I want to be his friend. Thank you for gifting 20 Red Team memberships. Gary Davidson, Roderick Lippert, thank you for the $50 super. Holy cow.
Wow, thank you.
Jeff Rowe gifting 5 Red Team memberships. Russell Snodgrass with another $100 super. What the heck, Russell?
Wow.
They say, do we know if SpaceX has a launch control on that big glass front building looking at the launch pad? I suspect yes. I don't know that we know that yet, but I suspect yes. Marty, thank you for becoming a Padrat member. Darren, thank you for the $50 super chat. They say, hey NSF, please, can I get a shout out for my son Owen, whose 21st birthday is on Friday. Owen and I are big fans of the channel, watching all the live streams, and want to thank you for all the great work. Great work, NSF. Yeah. Happy birthday, Owen. Indeed, happy birthday, Owen.
Happy birthday, Owen. And let me just jump in for everybody in the EU who's going to call that one out as 50 pounds and is about $67. Thank you for your amazing, generous support. I go
Did you just mention the EU when you said pounds?
Oh gosh, he tried to save it, but he just threw it right into the fire. He tried to save it, and he threw it into the fire. Moving
we need
on.
A bust sound effect that he just pushed me in front of. You're right, it's Euro. And thank you for
honk, honk. Yeah,
Brian, here comes Brian. Here comes Brian. No, that wasn't worse than Max earlier. Come on. Okay, here you go. Alex, question for you, real quick. At NASA Space Flight, Severin wants to know, why don't they just put a parachute on the hot stage ring and grab it out of the ocean? Like they do the.
It doesn't make sense. No, it's not reusable. That piece of hardware is not reusable. What is reusable are probably a bunch of those cameras that is setting up.
I was going to say the same segue, but I was going to say DOS is reusable.
That too. DOS can be used up to 10 times.
10 times. Oh crap! This is launch 9.
Yeah,
it has one reuse left.
That's DOS. Oh, not anymore. Oh, we have drone footage. They're up on top of the Margaritaville, but we've got some drone footage. I think they launched. And again, folks, we stay within the temporary flight restrictions. We stay right where we're supposed to be. Jerry's very good at this.
Actually,
and then,
out of them.
Yeah, we stay out of the temporary flight.
Out
of them.
Thank you, Alex. Thank you, Alex.
What is wrong with me?
It's all right.
God.
It's the hype, Gene. It's the hype.
I am.
The
I'm
hype
excited.
is real.
I'm excited. I mean, we're getting close to L minus 1 hour. We see vents. This is what we want to see. Yeah, thanks you for the corrections. Proves I'm a human and not AI. Great questions. Keep them coming in, by the way, at NASA Spaceflight in the chat. We'll get to as many of them as we can. And again, thank everybody who's watching on YouTube, who's watching on Popular Science. It's amazing to have you here.
It looks
There's
like
some more
Dan's just
drone
out in a field by himself.
Hey, buddy.
What are you doing, Dan?
There's a barbecue going on, right?
Oh,
yeah,
he's
there's a barbecue.
Oh,
He's
well,
barbecuing.
yeah.
What a sweetie.
Get some bacon
This
in that
is
fire.
from our river location. Doing
Correct.
a nice pan. You can see the launch towers off to the right hand side, it's middle right, and then the build site, as we call it, over there on the left with the 2 mega bays. And there used to be a high bay, and soon there'll be a giga bay in that shot, and we're looking forward to that.
I like how everyone's
So-
working really hard. Like, we had the shot of DOS on the roof, getting cameras all ready to go. Like, I know Max and D are probably waist deep in equipment right now. Everyone's like, I gotta get the shot. I gotta do the stream. I gotta track the rocket. Dan's like, I'm gonna barbecue.
I'm gonna grill some steaks and make some burgers.
I joke though. I am joking. It's actually really hard to stay fed and not just starve on launch day. That is actually a very important task. But also, I'm gonna give Dan crap for it.
Well, there you go. This actually goes to one of the questions that came in from Creative Bytes TB at NASA Spaceflight. How are the folks in the field doing ahead of the launch? Well, there you go. Now you've seen footage of them. They're grilling and doing a ton of work. I'll be honest. There's a lot of work that goes in. It's not just us you see on camera or here. There are photographers out there. There are robotics people. There's a lot going on with our social media team. There's a lot going on with our store team, who we don't mention enough. The great minds are designing the next patches and the next shirts. The folks doing the moderating on YouTube. It's a really team effort. And again, like everybody keeps saying, we thank you for your support, and we're just a group of nerds that do this. We have the privilege of doing this, and it's a ton of fun. It really is a ton of fun. Let's thank Douglas for his $50 super chat. Jack, this one's for you. Nuclear. Thanks for the NSF team, the greatest. And Jack, you are the bacon man of Orange, following since your early days in Vermont, my favorite state. That was for you, Jack.
Heck yeah. What was the nuclear thing? Did I miss the nuclear thing?
I don't know. He says nuclear, probably from the. Do we need rocket?
Nuclear
engines?
hype.
Do we need nuclear hype? Nuclear hype. Yes.
Okay. I always complain.
Guys, it's 10 minutes ago.
I always complain when people say nuclear. So I was unsure if I had done
I was unsure.
I didn't know. Maybe I did a tribalism on stream like a month ago and forgot about it. That's very me, right? No, but it's nuclear, not nuclear. Anyways, continue.
Nuclear.
Love
Okay,
nuclear
let's talk
engines.
about what Alex just did a full timeline rundown. as we approach L, I'm not even. That slap was hard enough to register. You heard
Oh,
it.
did that come through? That was me face palming. That was me literally face palming because Adrian said nuclear on purpose.
Nuclear. I wish you'd have been on camera, because that was literally out of a movie. Whack! Right into the forehead. Talk about the T40, Alex. This is for you. They do have the ability to hold at T minus 40 minutes.
Seconds.
How long? I'm sorry, seconds. God, man, I'm all over the place. Methane Subcooler wants to know. At NASA Spaceflight, how long can they hold? How long can SpaceX hold at T minus 40 seconds?
From what we've heard from them, it looks like it is for about 15-20 minutes, more or less. It is all due to the sheer size of Starship, right? Like, when we cover Falcon 9s, we always say, oh, they cannot hold because, the propellants warm up and everything. But that's because, Falcon 9, it's like this 400-ton vehicle. It's still quite a huge rocket, but this has 10 times the amount of mass of propellants, right? And so it takes quite a lot of energy to warm it up, just because of the sheer size of Starship. You can probably sit there with a propellant for like 15-20 minutes and it probably doesn't warm up that much, right? And so they have that advantage here, where it's just so big that it just doesn't really move much in temperature.
So it's not that long, but it is long enough for all of us to hold our breath. I will tell you that. We want to see that countdown continue. And the reason they clear people out, we saw the county sheriff move out, and we've been talking about these roadblocks. Let's bring in Ryan, who has some information about the hazard zones of this flight. It's been conversation for the last couple of flights. Let's get an update on that from Ryan Caton.
Yeah, so if you've been observing my Twitter feed over the last few weeks, or really the last few days, you might have noticed I've been losing my mind slightly, because the hazard zones on this flight are massive. First of all, very quickly, a brief look at the current state of the airspace over Boca Chica. Nothing of concern here. Not seeing anything here that shouldn't be here. And it looks like my buttons have just turned themselves off. Here we go. Let's take a look at the re-entry notices in the airspace, because these are identical to what we've seen before. So we're going backwards, but because they're identical, I thought we'd start with them first. We've got a notice in Madagascar airspace, a notice in Mauritian airspace, and of course a notice in Australian airspace. This is the Indian Ocean. Ship will be flying from the south of Africa all the way just south, or just maybe kind of clipping the bottom of Madagascar there, and then drifting, gracefully re-entering Adrian, fingers crossed, in one piece, and then splashing down in the Indian Ocean approximately 1 hour after taking off from Starbase. Now, let's take a look at the really interesting things, because over on the launch side of things, let's just say things have gotten much larger than they were before. For context, the airspace closures last flight were a little ways into the Gulf. They're just a little ways into the Gulf, just to make sure there's no aircraft in the way. I'm now going to switch to show you the current launch NOTAMs. And that's a bit further, or that's even for they've closed off airspace all the way to the Turks and Caicos Islands. They've never done this before. We have an entire corridor closed from Starbase through Mexican airspace, American airspace, Cuban airspace, Turks and Caicos airspace, Puerto Rican airspace. They've never closed this much airspace off before. This is an extension from approximately 800 nautical miles to 1,600 nautical miles of airspace closures. And if you thought this was bad, let's just go a little bit further. Let's zoom out. Let's zoom out a bit more. 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 There we go. Look how much this is. 5,000 kilometers downrange airspace closure. Look, Starbase all the way. I can barely reach it. Starbase is all the way over here. It's closed all the way across the Gulf, across the Caribbean, and they've closed off a few thousand miles of airspace in the Atlantic Ocean. This airspace here is French Guianese. This is airspace literally closed just north of the Kourou spaceport where Ariane launches from. This is 5,000 kilometers long. This is the same distance from Cape Canaveral to the Azores Islands in Portugal. This is the distance from North America to Europe. That's how much airspace Starship has closed off for this flight, all because of the updates on the analysis that SpaceX and the FAA have been doing, because even though this airspace around here was not closed off in a NOTAM for the previous 2 flights, when the ship had its RUD around this point here, it then moved, what was activated is called a debris response area. Those weren't published beforehand, they were only given to air traffic control, and they were only enforced when a mishap occurred. This time around, all of this airspace is closed off for the entire launch window. There's no just giving stuff to ATC, there's no just activating stuff as soon as a mishap occurs. This airspace is closed off no matter what happens on this flight. And this, in my opinion, maybe I'm just a nerd, but this is one of the most fascinating things that this flight shows, just how much is at stake with Ship 35.
Oh, we have a breaking
SpaceX
news.
Go
is
for
going
prop
for
load.
propellant load.
Woo!
Yep, that means in about 12 minutes from now, we should see the start of that propellant load. Remember, they give the go but propellant is still not flowing into the rocket, right? That begins at T-minus 51 minutes and 37 seconds with the ship liquid oxygen load starting, and then we'll get there into other steps, of course, ship fuel load, booster liquid oxygen load. All of the 4 main tanks on Starship will be loaded from there on. So that's pretty much where we are right now. We are go for propellant load. I don't have Gene's deep voice.
I'm saving it.
This is
Give us
This is going
movie
so
voice.
smooth.
Give us
try it
movie
out.
trailer voice. In a world.
this is going so smooth. How is this going so
A
smooth?
rocket ready to launch. There you go. That's yours. Ready to launch. Go for prop load.
Propellants waiting to flow.
Flowing. Chilling down Raptors.
This also means they are probably targeting the opening of the window, 6:30 Central, 6:30 p.m. Central. That's gonna be the target for this launch, and so you know what that means.
What does that mean?
What does it mean?
We also gotta be go. Are you go for propellant load and launch, like whatever? Like, just go. We
I'm
are
so go.
We are hyped. We
I'm
are
so
all
Need a
going.
go shirt.
I mean, we've
Why
said
don't we
this.
have go shirt?
We've said this.
We have liftoff.
We have 33 healthy Raptor engines.
Restriction cut off.
And hot staging. Look at that. Wow.
Fly, baby, fly.
Let's go! The booster is no go for a catch.
Let's find out.
Wow. That is awesome.
You
Come
know,
on, chat. Are you hyped up for this flight? Let's do this. Oh my god, it was so good.
We've said it a lot, Gene. It's make or break, and it's not really break, but it's an important flight. The idiom stands to reason that this is an important flight. The last 2 flights, ship didn't get through, second engine cutoff. When it shuts down its engines as expected, it's exploded for one reason or another first. And so in just under an hour, 59 minutes, 56 seconds, the window will open, and we get to find out if this thing is going to blow up at the right time or
I
the
will
wrong
lose
time.
my mind. It's crazy to think that I will lose my mind if this thing gets to Seco, and then we get back the plasma.
That would be amazing. I want to see the plasma. I want to see the plasma on the version 2 ship.
The Starlink's deploying.
Yes.
There's so many
All of it.
amazing things that we will hopefully get to see here very shortly. But you know, if it doesn't make it to Seco, I think it's still okay. It's still okay.
Yeah.
It's not the end of the world, but it's not great. You know, SpaceX is operating this program in a rapidly iterative cycle. So they need to fly, they need to get data, and they need to take that data and use it to inform the next versions of the vehicle and then fly that and repeat the process. And so the last 2 flights not getting through Seco, not good. Not good, Bob. So hopefully this one does.
I got a fever, and the only cure is more plasma.
The only cure is getting through Seco without exploding.
That also?
Yeah, that would be really nice. As you can see in the upper left-hand corner, L- is below 1 hour, 58 minutes, 40. And remember, as soon as we get confirmation, we're going to change that to a T time. And you can see the timeline there on the left-hand side of your screen. Alex, you want to walk us through that again? As we get close, we're looking at a lot of things to happen here.
Yeah, you can see there we're around 7 minutes to the start of liquid oxygen load on the second stage on that ship. Then we'll get into liquid methane load at T-minus 45 minutes and 20 seconds. T-minus 41 minutes will be booster liquid methane load. And then finally booster liquid oxygen load at T-minus 35 minutes and 52 seconds. From there on, we'll just be watching frost rising on the 2 stages here of Starship. And so we are hopefully going to get all the way down to that, Raptor engine chill, etc., etc., later in the countdown. But that's the first thing that will happen. All of those tanks will start getting loaded, and then frost will rise. It'll be a very nice progress bar. You'll see when it happens.
Anybody notice the clock change? Gene did. It's now T0, 57 minutes, 30 seconds, and Jack, I want to come to you. I want to thank some people. We've got some super generous people. Jack keeps talking on mute. He is so good at that mute button. Keep going, Jack.
I'm so good at this. I'm like, okay, yeah. I do want to thank everybody that is coming through and supporting us. There's no way to keep up, but I will do my best here. Dan, thank you so much. They say, congrats to 2025 Johns Hopkins Space Engineers. Morton, thank you so much. Adrian, what did you think of Eurovision? Give us a 2-word answer. Go.
Quite underwhelming this year. Music was eh.
That was more than 2 words. Active.
Pretty good.
X. Thank you for gifting 5 red team memberships. Mergen? Maringe? I'm so bad at this. Go Super Heavy, go Starship, go NSF. Great coverage. I wouldn't expect otherwise. Ramp up that like count to 25,000 viewers. Yeah, as I'm thanking everyone for the support, I do want to mention, it doesn't have to be a monetary thing. You can just hit the like button. We appreciate you just the same. It's a giant distributed thing here of support. And it doesn't have to be monetary. Crafty Geek, thanks for the $20 tip to tips.nasaspaceflight.com, which is another way you can support us. They say, you say every launch that patches are ordered in one bulk order, and once they're gone, they're gone. Does the size of that one bulk order increase for each launch based on popularity demand for previous patches? Or is it based on manufacturer's bulk order logistics? Adrian, go.
We always try to hit demand, as that's the short answer here.
Nice. Russell Snodgrass, again, gifting 20 red team memberships. Josh Schulten, thank you for the super chat. They say, watching the stream from my patrol vehicle. Hopefully the criminals behave. That's amusing. Steve Kalovic, thank you so much. They want to know why I'm not out there. I got hired on a freelance job to do Redacted for Redacted. Sorry you can't buy my prints, but you can buy everyone else's prints. And still support us. I mean, it's not just about me. I'm one tiny little flywheel in this massive, awesome, humbling machine. And let me thank one more person while we have time. 33 Raptors, Mimi, thank you for the super chat. They say, you guys bring it every single time. Keep it up. You know we will with your continued support. And Pyromaniac, thank you as well. They say, I offer $5 to say Technoblade never dies. I hope I didn't just get pranked or trolled in some way.
Absolutely correct. Technoblade never dies.
Awesome.
And there you go. Guys, thank you so much for your amazing support. Thank you for joining us here on NSF. Thank you for joining us on YouTube. Thank you for joining us here on Popular Science and everywhere else we are, all of our socials. It's so amazing to see the community grow and be part of it. And you can see the vents. They're dying down. They're going. They're loading propellant. We should start seeing some frost lines on those vehicles very, very quickly. And I wanted to call out some specific people, Jack, that have just come in with super generous amounts of support. Thank you so much to Jeff Frishoff. Thank you so much. A $25 super chat. Go for flight and test. Music was the bomb. That was a great hype video, Jeff. I totally agree with you. That was pretty awesome. That got me hyped up. I don't know about, and it certainly did you. Jeffrey Blue, $50.
Wow.
$50 with super chat. Hopefully going to see the next launch with my grandson Wyatt. Go SpaceX, go NSF. Are you going down to Boca Chica? Are you going to South Padre Island? Go to all those places. Come and meet us. If you see us walking around, stop and say hello. If you see that NSF logo, come and say hello. We want to meet you and shake your hand.
Yeah, fun fact, if you find an NSF team member in Starbase, they may or may not have NSF patches and or stickers on them. So please come by and say hi. Even if we're busy, we always like to shake hands and say hey, even if we're in the middle of something.
Isaac Rodman, also $50. Guys, your support today has been just overwhelming. $50 super chat. Let's hope for some amazing plasma reentry video and V2 for the first time. I'm with you. I want to see a splashdown. I want them to get great data all the way to the end. And lastly, Mike Pollock, thank you. Another $50. They say, keep it up, everyone. And, guys, I say it all the time. It's not just us. There's a whole team of people on the ground there at Starbase, on top of buildings, setting up cameras, robotics people, people that are super smart, doing all of our back-end production, pressing buttons, doing the overlays, the graphics, all over the world. NSF is a team, and it's a privilege. Alex, what does the tower vent? Did they come off? They go on? They're back on. Are we loading now?
No. The tower vent, no, not yet, but we are close. So the tower vent has a weird behavior. It comes on right at the beginning of the chill down, then it sort of dies down, and then it comes back up. And when it comes back up, as you can see there, it's a lot more active than it was before when it was on, right? And that means they're getting ready for that liquid oxygen load. Once it disappears, it'll be our clue that they are loading liquid oxygen. Again, this is the gaseous oxygen that they are venting. This is attached to the same line that it's going to load liquid oxygen on the ship. So what they're doing is they are venting some of that oxygen because it's being warmed up and being boiled off, and therefore, that's sort of like a relief valve of sorts. If they want to load liquid oxygen on the ship, then that means this tower vent needs to die first, right? And so it needs to go off, and it needs to essentially just disappear. And so once that happens, that'll be our clue that liquid oxygen load is it has begun already on the ship. Might be few seconds off, a few minutes off from the official timeline. Just remember that some of these times are, subject to change. They are based on real-time things, right? Like those changes happen essentially where the vehicles and the ground systems think that they're going to be essentially optimal for some of these steps. But yeah. It's a bit nuanced to explain, of course.
Awesome. Go ahead, Jack. Or is that Adrian? Go ahead, Adrian.
Yeah, I'm looking. So, just for context, the ship liquid oxygen load starts at 51 minutes and 37 seconds. So, T-minus. So I'm basically staring at this vent Alex just talked about, because if they start loading on time for opening of the window, that vent should stop very, very, very soon.
You hearing that, Adrian?
Yeah, that's I think that's the
pumps.
Yeah, that's the pumps that probably are now pumping through the
pumps
the hippos.
Subcoolers.
I think that's part of the methane, actually, the methane side, because now they need to prepare the methane side of the pumps and subcoolers, and so there's like a two-step procedure, so to speak. And so you may start seeing some of those subcoolers start to vent, and then once they go into actual fuel load on the ship and the booster, they get really, really, really active. So watch out for that. This tank farm, like, if you thought it was already active before, you haven't seen active.
Yeah,
it's
the
gonna
tower
get a
vent
lot
is
more
dying.
active.
The tower tank is starting to die down a bit, though. Like, I'm watching it's almost like on a pulse pattern here. And it's slowing down the amount of how often it starts these pulses that you can see. You can really good see it on our Mars camera, but it's really starting. It's still going, but it's changing pattern. So it could be any second now that it dies down.
So I have sort of a question. Every time between launches, they've done a little bit of work either on the tower, the arm, the mount, the tank farm. Sometimes a lot of work on the tank farm. Are you guys, Adrian and Alex, noticing anything particularly different or changed so far? I know, like, there's usually, it's like a Venn diagram, right? Some things change, some things stay the same. But every launch, I feel like we've kind of seen them dial in the loading procedure a little bit more. Is that fair to say?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Good. I think overall there is not that much change. Like, this is a fairly current tank farm now versus the last time. They are mostly reconfiguring it in terms of making it more modular and also expanding it for Pad B. But in terms of the overall sequence, it's not changing that much anymore. and it's relatively the same. I see more and more parts of what I think are the subcoolers going like more and more. I'm sorry, there's like there's a million things I could look at right now while talking.
No worries.
And Adrian, for those that don't know, how much fuel, how much propellant are they actually loading? This is Alex's question probably. How much fuel are they actually loading on these two vehicles?
5,000, right?
Yeah, approximately 5,000. Well, the full stack will weigh around 5,000 tons, metric tons here I'm using. But, you know, of course, there's a little bit of dry mass, if you will, that is not the propellant tank. That's what I mean by that. And so the propellant mass is around 4,600 tons, maybe 4,500 tons. That's more or less how much more propellant they add to this. Just for comparison, Falcon 9 is also like 10 times less mass than that. It's about 450 tons of propellant.
So I have another propellant follow-up question. The ship goes up and it's on a very specific trajectory. They put enough fuel in it to get up to that trajectory for a return and the belly flop maneuver and the landing burn. Does that mean that this ship is not fully loaded, or are we going to see a orbital ship with more fuel? Do they fly this ship, say, 40% loaded with fuel?
No, there's very much this ship is most likely very fully loaded. It's rare that you actually don't load rockets full, because they also need like operating pressure and operating flow, and it's kind of hard to do with just like slight load. You just usually fly either like more harmless trajectory and just use that fuel, or you just release that fuel once you don't need it anymore. But flying, like, they don't fly like with 40% on the ship.
Yeah, and that leads me into a question from Steve at NASA Spaceflight. Do you ever think we'll see tandem launches from Pad A and Pad B at the same time?
I have to interrupt you here. Tower vent is definitely dying down. You can see it now.
Nice.
That it's 100% dying down. So I would say we are into ship propellant load.
Let's go.
Yes, let's go.
This is getting real. This is getting really real.
Yeah.
Like really real for realsies this time. No cap.
I don't know what you just said.
I only said that because Adrian was about to take a drink, and I wanted to see if I could get him to do a spit take.
You think they'll, when they do if they do a tandem, do you think they'll do a tanker version? Hopefully we find out later tonight from if they do the SpaceX presentation. A tanker from one pad and a lunar Starship or beyond from another. Would that be prudent? Alex, I'll ask you.
Come again?
Do you think if they ever do a tandem flight from Pad A and Pad B, will one of them be a tanker?
I'm not sure if right now they will be able to do such a thing. Maybe in the future with some tank farm upgrades and whatnot. But sure, I mean, probably.
Ooh.
There we go.
Frosty lines. We got frosty propellant lines leading into the ship. You know what that means.
Yep.
They're cold.
And just to be clear, there is propellant inside this ship right now. The only reason you cannot see it is the bulkhead at the bottom, like the lower bulkhead, it's not fully fueled yet, so it's not touching the outside wall of the ship yet. As soon as it is over that minimum like bulkhead fill up, that's when it will touch these very, very thin lines. And I think we can already see a bit of a startup from. It's
very
hard to see.
Very optimistic.
But we are we will see here. But the flush line will form once it touches the outer walls.
Yeah, since we see that, the Frosty lines, let's thank some Frosty support because you guys are awesome. Capstar362, $10 super chat, awesome. How much total weight does Starship booster? Oh my gosh, we just said that. Thank you for answering the question before we did it. Chris Ray, $20 super chat. Thank you. Marcel, super chat. Thank you for that. Super generous. Paddle Boy, thank you for that $5 super chat. Guys, you're unbelievably generous. That diabetic kid, I know you know well. Thank you for being here. $5 super chat. Also, upgrading memberships. Listen to these guys. Douglas Richardson upgraded to a launch director. Join us in the members Discord. You're going to have a great time back there. Cooper, thank you for that super chat. Redness, Let's see, Drunar, thank you. You guys are coming in from, there's the vent, coming in from outside. I love the audio. Love the audio.
So good. I love this. I want to have like an hour-long ASMR video of exactly this.
Right?
I think Caesar can accommodate you. He's really done
Caesar.
great work with our audio, our live
Absolutely.
audio. It's fantastic.
And I can't thank you guys enough for coming in big time with these huge, huge super chats. I mean, we've seen some super generous super chats today, and I want to make sure that I mention. Oh, we got who's taking this one? Another breaking news update.
We know that.
Adrian.
We know. I also
we know that.
We can respond as Kevin if we want. What should we reply as Kevin?
Yes.
Yeah, just Kevin, just reply. We know that! Exclamation point.
Don't do that.
Because we watched the indicators. But propellant load is underway. Also now confirmed by SpaceX.
SpaceX
Excellent.
has blocked you.
Yeah,
Nice.
SpaceX has blocked you. Well, look, as Jack, I know you and I get speechless when we see $50 super chats. I play loud. Listen, I got to read this one. This one's awesome. I'm 65 and used to fake that I was sick to stay home from school to watch Gemini lip-offs when I was 5 years old. I never thought that I'd be seeing anything like this 60 years later. You're doing a great job. Thank you.
That
I
means a
play
lot.
loud. Thank you. Really, I can honestly say I speak for everyone at NSF. Thank you guys. Alex, go. Adrian, sorry.
If we go to, if you go look on the left side, you can see just above the stingers. So you see these vertical stingers that enhance the ship, reinforce the ship. Just above that, you can now see discoloration. And that is discoloration from the rapidly cooling ship inside right now. There's basically so much cool, very, very cool stuff in that the air changes. And you can see now that thanks for that.
The air changed.
Yeah, thanks for that, Ben. But you can barely see it. In there, it's now discoloration, and we are seeing a frost. I think we will see a frost ring in less than 60 seconds here.
Amazing. Oh my gosh, I just got old school NSF stream vibes. Adrian gave us a timing with a number of seconds. Are we about to see a tri-vent? Old school NSF.
I
watchers
wish.
will know
I
what
missed
that
Tri-vent.
means. This is, I can't believe, are we
Well-
really 40 minutes away? This
Yes.
is, I can't believe it. This is happening so fast after waiting
Yes.
so long. What's happening to my voice?
That's very high pitched.
This is the moment where we all get stupid and forget we're on camera. Like it really is.
Speak for yourself. I've been stupid the whole time.
I love the fact that after, like, when in previous launches we get to the coast phase, we all forget. We just start talking because we're space nerds, like we're in some private channel, and we're just like, oh my god, Adrian, did you see that? Oh my god, Alex, who's that?
You know, Gene,
Yeah, good stuff.
I hope we do get the coast phase this time.
Absolutely.
Because
Yes.
we didn't get it on the last two launches. And again, it's a big deal that didn't happen because SpaceX really needs this data in order to inform what is essentially a prototype system and how they're going to evolve it and build it and get it to the point where it is finally rapidly reusable. So I hope we get the coast phase, just so that we can nerd out and talk over each other and see the plasma, but also because that data is so important. The payload is the data and also the actual payload.
I'm glad you brought that up. You say it's prototype, and you mentioned the word data. There are a lot of experiments on this ship, so we want it to go through.
Good afternoon, Space Fam, and welcome to Starbase. I'm Jesse Anderson, a Senior Production Engineering Manager at SpaceX.
And I'm Dan Hewitt with SpaceX Communications. Awesome to have you with us here in Texas, Jesse. Welcome to Starbase. First time, right?
Thank you so much, Dan. Yeah, my first time here, and it is mind-blowing. I went out to the pad this morning, and the scale of the vehicle is just insane.
Dwarfs everything.
And for those of you watching at home, in case you missed the news, Starbase is no longer just a cool name. It is now officially an incorporated city in Texas, and we'll have more on that a little bit later today.
Yeah, right now, though, we are counting down to Starship's 9th flight test, currently targeting the very start of our window at 6:30 p.m. Central Time. Good news right up front, not tracking any issues with the vehicle. Weather is gorgeous out there right now. Rain this morning, little bit of wind, nothing now, nothing to worry about. Looking good for a launch.
Starship development is moving quickly here at Starbase. So fast, in fact, that we already are reflying the Super Heavy booster today, which last flew on Flight 7. The primary objectives for today are very similar to our last two attempts, except for the booster, which, in addition to flying for the second time, has an exciting return journey planned for its return back to Earth.
That's right. It's going to be getting some serious rigor, and pretty important, we are not going to be attempting to catch the booster today. We're going to use this launch to kind of further accelerate the development. We're putting Super Heavy kind of through the ringer, some serious rigor. We're going to go through all of that in just a couple of minutes. We're also hoping to get Ship into space, and it's got a couple of objectives like deploying simulated Starlink satellites and then a range of experiments during its reentry. We're really trying to test the limits, the capabilities of that heat shield, the flaps, the structure, everything about it. Primary payload on this flight, once again, as always, is data.
It's definitely a very big day for both stages. There's always a chance we don't reach every objective that we set for ourselves, but success comes from what we learn on days like today. And of course, whatever happens, excitement is guaranteed.
Yeah, that's right. Progress is not measured by single flight tests. It's whatever that timeline overall is, and getting us closer to establishing self-sustaining civilization on Mars, making life multiplanetary. Every time we're learning something from these flights that will get us there, that is progress.
Exactly. Starship is the first orbital launch vehicle engineered to be fully reusable and built for frequent flight and heavy payloads, just like today's commercial airliners.
It's the product of years of rapid development, testing, iteration. We're trying to fly as frequently as possible, fix problems as they appear, and then fly again. It all started here at Starbase back with Starhopper. It was a small single Raptor prototype. Kind of looked like a water tower. We turned it into a water tower eventually. It made its first low altitude hop back in 2019 here at Starbase. You could tell the pad, that's the pad that we were just looking at. It looks dramatically different now, two towers. But Starhopper delivered. It was able to prove that we could use that Raptor engine for controlled takeoff and landing.
And that is so wild to see that there on your screen was just 6 years ago, and now we're here today with a full-size vehicle. So from there, we moved to full-size test articles with increasingly complex test flights that reached progressively higher altitudes. And each test shaped the Starship that we see today on the pad, a stronger, taller, and more refined vehicle.
That's right. All right. Now, let's go out there and meet it. Starship is made up of two parts. First, on the bottom, the Super Heavy booster, powered by 33 Raptor engines. Both Super Heavy and Ship are running on liquid methane and liquid oxygen. That second stage, the Starship upper stage, is powered by 6 of those Raptor engines. 3 of them are optimized to sea level performance, 3 for vacuum, so operating while they're in space. And here's a quick look under the hood at all of those Raptors. On the left, that's a view from underneath the launch mount. That's 33 Raptor engines on the first stage, on the booster. And on the right, that's a view inside of the ship. So you're looking down at the top of the booster at 6 Raptor engines inside the ship. Those are what's going to power it to orbit. Now, that second stage is also what will one day carry cargo, payloads, people, everything that's going to space. It's also going to be responsible for in-space propellant transfer. That's where we're going to take 2 starships, meet them up in orbit. One will be able to transfer propellant to the other. That's a really critical capability for Starship to do all of these missions beyond low Earth orbit. That also unlocks our ability to send huge amounts of cargo, tremendous amounts of people to destinations far beyond Earth.
Yeah, the Super Heavy booster is designed to launch, separate, flip, and return to the launch site where it can be caught by the chopsticks on the launch tower. Though, as we mentioned earlier, we are not attempting a booster catch today on Flight 9. Starship re-enters the Earth's atmosphere at the conclusion of its mission, steering itself to a vertical landing or catch, and both stages are designed to return to Earth and fly again, making this the first rocket in history that will be fully reusable.
And then just in between the two vehicles is what's known as the hot stage ring. That's a steel structure that really takes the brunt of those ship engines as they ignite, protecting the booster while the ship's still attached to it. That enables us to do hot staging. It's faster, more efficient, kind of shutting everything down and then reigniting. Right now, that hot stage it's single use. It detaches from the booster as it flies back, but in the future, it's going to be integrated right into the top. And then on top of all of that, there's all of the infrastructure that's built up around it to support Starship. We call it Stage 0. That's everything, the launch pads, the propellant farm, launch towers, chopsticks that are catching the booster out of the air, stacking the ship, all of that. And you may have noticed we have a new addition out there near the pad. The orbital launch mount for Pad 2 has officially been installed. That's starting to come together. Just like Pad 1, Pad 2 has a launch mount. That's where you're going to put Super Heavy on top. We also have a launch tower with arms, a little bit shorter on that one. That's going to be used to stack the Starship on top, put the booster on top, catch the booster, catch the Starship. We did put the orbital launch mount on there. That's responsible for routing all of the propellant to the booster ahead of flight. Underneath it, you've got flame deflectors, the water deluge system to disperse all of those forces. The single piece we just lifted in weighs about 1,060 metric tons, which if you're keeping score at home, that's the same weight as about 10 Millennium Falcons. It's heavy.
That's a lot of Millennium Falcons,
So
Dan.
many.
We're also currently in work on Starship's brand new pad at Kennedy Space Center's Launch Complex 39A, and we're hoping to bring that online later this year as well. Tons of progress with Starship so far in 2025, and lots of incredible milestones still coming up. And we are still on track to lift off tonight at 6:30 p.m. Central Time. And right now, it's time to say hi to Chris, who's over there repping the West Coast Ops today. How's it going, Chris?
Hey, Jesse and Dan, and welcome everyone to West Coast and Hawthorne, California. As you can see behind me, the crowd is gathering outside of our mission control room here in Hawthorne, and the excitement is really palpable as we continue to count down toward Starship's 9th flight test. Now, our mission control room here in Hawthorne usually serves as the mission control room for our Falcon and Dragon missions once they launch from Florida and California. Now, with Starship, all countdown and mission control operations actually use the same flight control team from the same location at Starbase, which you can see on your screen now. But as we develop a vehicle like Starship, we want as many experts watching over its various systems as we can. And that's what we use the mission control room here in Hawthorne for during Starship flight tests like today's. The folks in mission control, which you see now on your screen, are the responsible engineers for Starship's various systems. This includes things like booster systems, stage propellant, our ground stations, flight software, the loads, and the vehicle structures as well. And having this support gives the flight teams in Starbase immediate access to our engineers' knowledge, which is really, really important when we're making informed decisions very quickly in a test program like this. This setup has been great for Starship flight tests so far, as we've handled things like propellant temperature differences, as well as day of launch winds that can affect the loads placed on Starship structures during launch, and particularly during the descent of the Super Heavy booster back to Earth. So having all of these responsible engineers ready to support is crucial during Starship testing, where we place hardware in flight conditions quickly to iterate and make the best and most reliable rocket that we can. So it's definitely a full house, a growing full house here in Hawthorne for our 9th flight of Starship today. Every flight brings us a step closer to a future where Starship is flying multiple times a day. And I'm sure you all feel the same way down there in Texas, Dan and Jesse, but I can't wait to see Starship's launch today. How about you?
Yeah, can't wait to see it, Chris. As you can see, props loading on the vehicle is just a little under 2 miles away from us, and we're really excited. Looking back real quick, so back in March, Starship's 8th flight test saw us catch the Super Heavy booster for the 3rd time ever, another big step on that path to full and rapid reusability. unfortunately, the Starship upper stage did experience what we call a rapid, unscheduled disassembly before it finished its climb to space, which meant we didn't reach all of those additional mission objectives that we had set.
About 5.5 minutes into ship's ascent burn, a hardware failure in one of its sea-level Raptor engines took out that engine, the 2 remaining sea-level engines, and a Raptor vacuum engine. That's 4 of the 6 engines that ship has. This was a different failure than we saw on Flight 7, and the fixes that we put in place did work as expected. So this was a new issue on Flight 8. Now, welcome to iterative engineering.
That's right. Losing hardware is a potential outcome of any test program. That's why we're always prepared with safety measures in place and also ready to have boots on the ground to assist with anything like debris cleanup. We can coordinate with all the necessary parties, organizations, administrations for safety in advance and in an ongoing basis during our test campaigns to plan for as many possible outcomes. Definitely do want to say thank you, though, to the people of the Bahamas, the government of the Bahamas, who worked with us so closely since Flight 8.
We took full responsibility for the cleanup, and in doing so, we had people on the ground in the Bahamas within 12 hours to help with debris recovery. So all that said, we're moving forward in our development cycle with safety at the top of mind, and we fly again today to get this current iteration of ship to space and back.
That's right. Putting hardware in a flight environment as frequently as possible so you're seeing how things behave all together in the real world. Then you're solving problems as they pop up. That's how SpaceX developed their very first rocket, Falcon 1. Same philosophy was used to develop Falcon 9.
Today, we're looking to get our first re-entry with the latest iteration of ship while intentionally stressing the super heavy vehicle during its return to get data on its boundaries. And by stressing, we mean that we'll be pushing the flight envelope of super heavy as we fly at a higher angle of attack during descent towards the Gulf. Angle of attack in this case means that super heavy is pitched up to maximize drag and slow return. Because of this test, we will not be attempting to catch and recover Super Heavy, which again is flying for its second time today. So for a brief moment, this booster will hold the title as the Super Heavy flight leader.
That's right. All right. Lot still ahead for today. Let's get into it real quick with this overview. As always, everything starts with a liftoff. 33 Raptor engines igniting. Super Heavy pushing itself and Starship into ascent over the Gulf. It's going to continue for about 2.5 minutes before we get to hot staging. Ship will ignite in its engines. Booster will do its boost back burn and begin its flight experiments back for a hard splashdown in the Gulf of America. Meanwhile, ship continues its burn into space.
And ship will remain suborbital. We will be deploying 8 Starlink simulator satellites and then head towards re-entry. We'll relight a Raptor engine as well as test experiments during re-entry such as missing tiles, metallic tiles, loading the vehicle's flaps, and then ship will attempt a flip maneuver, and if all goes planned, we'll conclude the test with a soft water splashdown in the Indian Ocean. So that's what we have on the menu for Flight 9 today.
Whole lot.
Flight 8's RUD taught us new lessons about Starship hardware, specifically the Raptor engines. And as we touched on earlier, the root cause was traced to a hardware failure in one of Starship's 3 center Raptor engines.
Yeah, just since that flight, we've done more than 100 long-duration Raptor tests at our facility in McGregor. Huge shout out to that team for really putting in the work to better understand what happened. As a result, the engines that are on Starship's upper stage on the pad right behind us have a few changes. One of the key ones we did was additional preload on some of the joints, essentially some additional torquing, a new nitrogen purge system for the engines themselves, and made some improvements to the propellant drain system.
After our first ever Super Heavy refurb campaign, we static fired with all 33 Raptor engines. This was a chance to see all the hardware operating together, and for this flight, our teams had an opportunity to make adjustments or hardware replacements for this first ever reflight of the Super Heavy booster.
And then it was ship's turn. We took it through several static fires. First, we did this short duration single engine burn to simulate an in-space reignition of Raptor using those header tanks, those smaller tanks up in the nose cone. We also completed a longer duration 60-second burn with all 6 engines. So where you're really putting the entire propulsion system that's going to be used for the ship's ascent into space through the paces, making sure everything's working together before we go stack it on the pad.
And in the end, these changes represent the core of our test program. And reflying a booster for the first time is a major milestone, especially so early in the flight test program. Now, Falcon did it in just over 30 flights.
And Starship's doing it today on just its 9th flight. It's not wild just because of how much faster that is, but just how much bigger Starship is. Falcon 9 can lift about 23 metric tons into orbit. Starship is designed to lift 200.
That is so exciting. And on top of that, we're also reflying engine 314 for its 3rd flight, which you might recall is the engine with a pie on the nozzle. And there you can see that engine there. It is a milestone, most definitely, but we do remain focused on getting to the point where no refurbishment is needed between any of the flights.
Yeah, that means we want to launch it, bring it back, look at it, reload propellants, go again. That is really what's key. That is what full and rapid reusability will look like.
We're coming to you today from Star Factory, our new 1 million square foot manufacturing facility in Starbase, Texas. The Super Heavy booster is the first stage of the Starship launch vehicle stack. It's the largest boost stage ever developed for any rocket ever. Having the largest rocket ever is a very cool engineering feat, but the thing that really makes a difference is the ability to rapidly reuse that rocket to launch many other missions. Reflying Booster 14 is an important first milestone in that we have proven that we can recover a vehicle, turn it around, and fly it a second time. But it's not a victory lap yet.
From an operational perspective, an ideal state looks like a vehicle where very few things have to happen on it in order to take back off again. So we catch the vehicle, put it back onto the launch mount, put a new ship back on top with its payload, refuel, and take back off. And that same booster will come back to the launch mount, and we do the same thing all over again. Falcon is, reusing at a pretty high rate, and we get to go look at them and say, what did you learn? What is good? What is bad? And as we continue to build the Starship process.
Zero-touch refurbishment really looks like a commercial airliner. The advantage we have on Booster relative to when we developed Falcon 9, for instance, is this was really designed from the outset for rapid reusability.
We're using all of the flight test learnings from our version 1 and version 2 vehicles in our orbital flight test campaign to inform the design of our version 3 vehicle.
The next generation vehicle will be the first time that we've really attempted to make rapidly reusable thermal protection on a rocket. In the next iteration, we'll be able to add in new innovative materials and regenerative cooling that will enable rapid zero-touch refurbishment.
Rapid reusability, the ability to fly, turn the vehicle around, and refly again immediately is really the key goal of the Starship program.
It is so cool to see our teams working together as Starship is learning from Falcon with reusability, and now we're seeing Starship do the same thing today. So all eyes on the rocket on the pad, getting ready to launch in just about 17 minutes from now.
That's right. Looking at our levels real quick, we're a little bit more than halfway full on fuel and LOX on the booster, over 80% full on the ship. Still have to fill those header tanks. But everything looking good. We're not tracking any issues on the range. As a reminder, we watch sea states, air, and land around the launch site here and also over in the Indian Ocean where we're going to be doing our reentry. Not tracking any blockers to launch at the moment. Weather is gorgeous, has not been a concern all day for launch. We've been moving through all of our pre-flight checkouts pretty smoothly so far this morning, getting the ship and the booster ready for prop load, making sure guidance, navigation, and control are aligned. Everything's ready to go. You can see with the frost coming off, we're getting pretty full. We started loading all of the propellants on board both ships about 45 minutes or so before launch. They kind of stagger where we start with ship and then move into booster. We're going to continue loading these propellants on board until just about 3 minutes before liftoff. We'll close out on the ship first and then on the booster. But bottom line, everything's looking great. Not tracking any vehicle issues, range issues, weather issues. We're looking really good right now for a launch at the top of our window right at 6:30 p.m. Central.
Yeah, seeing the propellant loading is making this getting more and more exciting. Today is going to be a wild ride for Super Heavy. We're putting the booster through several tests to expand the envelope on its capabilities and get flight data to make its return and catch more reliable. Now, another unique change in today's flight will be the addition of the first ever directional flip of the booster.
That's right. If you followed previous flights and you kind of wonder to yourself, why does the direction the booster flip seem random? Surprise, it's because it was. We've got a couple of views from previous flights where you'll see the booster kind of go in different directions, and it was really small differences in the thrust of those ship engines. As they started up, they would nudge the booster in an initial direction, and so the booster would essentially sense that and then lean into it, and it'll react, the engines will gimbal, and then it'll continue the flip. That was the easiest option technically, but you do take some performance hits since you're essentially setting aside propellant to accommodate every single direction for a flip.
Exactly, but if we know which direction we're flipping, then we know how much propellant we will need and can instead use more of the propellant to burn longer during ascent, adding more velocity to ship and increasing how much payload it can ultimately deliver to space.
Yeah, so today I got my trusty Super Heavy here. We're going to intentionally try to flip straight up. So as you're separating from the ship, we want to get to here as you're doing that boost back burn. The fastest way is to just flip straight up and go into it. That's roughly what we did on Flight 5. It's the most direct way to get into that orientation for the boost back burn. What you don't want to do is when you flip all the way down like that, we did that on Flight 7, it takes you in a big loop, uses the most amount of prop, not efficient. We're at the point where we want to start kind of tuning it in and getting some extra performance out of the booster.
Yeah, exactly. That's called optimization.
That's right.
To accomplish this, we made some changes to the hot stage adapter, welding reinforced panels over the vents in the direction that we want the booster to go. So when the ship engines ignite, the thrust will push against the blocked vents, which means that the nudge will be in the direction that we planned for. And then when we go to the next generation of ship and booster, we plan to control the flip direction by fine-tuning the engine startup sequence on the ship.
Yeah, that's not the only flight experiment that we have planned for the booster today. We're not attempting a catch, so we're going to try and gather additional data that's going to improve performance on future boosters. We're also going to try and see how resilient we are to things like losing an engine during the landing burn. By sending the booster out to sea, we're able to do these higher risk tests without risking the launch pad. As you might have heard earlier, we're going to be doing what's called a higher angle of attack. Basically, instead of coming straight down, we're going to tilt up a little bit. That gets you more drag on the booster. You're able to use just aerodynamic forces to slow you down. The slower you're going at the start of that landing burn, the less propellant you need, because really you're just focused on slowing down as much as humanly possible when you fire that up. So by already going a little bit slower, we'll get some benefits to our performance and our reliability on those burns.
Yeah, exactly. And there's definite uncertainty in how well the booster's grid fins and structure will be able to control its flight when we get into higher angles. So don't be surprised if it isn't a smooth descent for the booster down to its splashdown point today. The most important objective of this portion of the test will be getting actual flight data to help anchor our models. Now, we're hoping to fly the next generation of Super Heavy boosters at even higher angles of attack. So this test today will give us a better idea of what is feasible. Now, on top of all of this, we're going to see how resilient Super Heavy is to engine failures at the most critical times.
Yeah, we're going to intentionally disable one of those 3 center engines and instead use an engine from the middle ring that's kind of right behind it. Those center engines are what we nominally use at the very last part of a landing burn as you're just kind of fine-tuning the booster's path into those waiting chopstick arms. This is going to act as a real-world simulation of a pretty scary situation where engines are not starting at probably the worst possible time, but we're going to do this without risking the pad. And then, at the very end of the landing burn, we're going to cut one more engine off and go down to only those 2 center engines. The burn is going to end while Super Heavy is still several hundred feet above the Gulf, so we expect it to make a pretty hard splashdown today. So, in all, pretty eventful day for the booster.
And as many of you may know, water landings are actually uncommon for SpaceX. While other launch providers expend all of their boosters after flight, we land and reuse most of ours. All of these tests are going to help us improve future generations of Super Heavy until we reach its fundamental design, a fully and rapidly reusable and reliable rocket. All right, let's check back in with Chris in Hawthorne. How's it going, Chris?
Hey, Jesse, my colleagues here in Hawthorne definitely agree with you. We can't wait to see the Super Heavy perform its second flight and see all of the work from our thousands of engineers and technicians in action today. Now, while this reuse milestone is incredibly important for Starship's development, Super Heavy boosters are not the only vehicles that we reuse here at SpaceX. We're big on reuse, and our Dragon fleet is another example of that reuse. And we actually control those Dragon missions from right here in Hawthorne in the mission control room that we talked about a little bit earlier. For Dragon and our human spaceflight program, this month also marks a big milestone for SpaceX, our 5-year anniversary of human spaceflight. Now, NASA astronauts Bob Behnken and Doug Hurley got us started back on Demo 2, which was notable for being the first time since the retirement of the shuttle program in 2011 that people launched to orbit from U.S. soil. Now, in those 5 years, we have launched 17 human spaceflight missions, 11 for NASA, and 6 commercial missions, including Polaris Dawn, with our first commercial spacewalk in history, and From 2 earlier this year, which became the first human spaceflight mission ever to explore Earth's polar regions. We've flown a total of 66 crew in those 5 years, and we are expecting that number to grow significantly in the coming years. Now, most recently on our From 2 mission, the crew offered unique glimpses into the orbital spaceflight experience. And this was honestly just so cool to see. Thank you to our Starlink teams for making everything with the From 2 crew shared possible. This honestly made me feel like I was right there with them in Dragon. They were living, they were working, they were relaxing, they were doing their experiments while also having fun. Basically, just being people and inviting us along for the ride. And that was really meaningful. Being invited up there really showed how these are just the early days on the road to making life multiplanetary. And the vehicle that's going to make all of that happen is Starship. And Dan and Jesse, I don't know about you, but that is definitely a future I have wanted since I was a little kid, and I cannot wait to see us make it a reality.
Yeah, right there with you, Chris. It's the fact that we're getting close to that being reality, that the vehicle that's going to go is sitting on the pad right there. Like, that's endlessly exciting. All of that's going to include sending humans, all of the infrastructure for a permanent presence on Mars. And we're looking ahead to sending the very first Starships to Mars as early as next year.
Yeah, this will help prove that we can actually get to Mars with a focus on learning as much as possible while demonstrating what will be needed for Mars transit and landing. But before we can make life multiplanetary, we have to build the starships that will make this all possible.
That's right. And that's happening right here, Starbase, Texas, the gateway to Mars. This is where we're soon going to be launching up to 25 Starship launches per year from here at Starbase. And the place is changing every single day. We've grown quite a bit just in the last couple of years. There's a couple hundred employees, their families living amongst actual rockets. We're in the process of expanding production and integration. We've got a target of 1,000 Starships a year we're going to try to hit. And recently, we did become a city of our own. We're the first city in Cameron County in 30 years. And that's just going to help us scale more quickly, try to build out the best community possible for all the people that are building the future of humanity's place in space. Starbase, pretty easily one of the most inspiring, exciting, unique places to live and work on the planet. As usual, shameless plug, we're always hiring. Come help us build the gateway to Mars. Visit spacex.com/careers. You can see all of our openings.
And this is my first time in Starbase, and Dan, the Star Factory is a manufacturing engineer's dream. To be able to build a factory like this at such a large scale with such a large scale vehicle is so wild to me. And though I'm just visiting, Chris is hanging out right where I call home base. So let's check back in with Chris in Hawthorne.
Thanks, Jesse. Yeah, everything here in Hawthorne is looking good. The crowd is gathered, really excited to watch the hard work of all of their colleagues come to fruition here for Starship on its 9th flight test. Not tracking any issues. We are excited to watch Starship do its thing today, make it halfway around the world, and test a lot of those critical in-space maneuvers and operations that will be vital for the program's continued operation. So Dan and Jesse, we can't wait for liftoff. Let's have a good flight today.
Thanks, Chris. Now, if you're just now joining us, where have you been? But we're glad that you're joining us now. We are at T-minus just under 6 minutes until liftoff of the 9th Starship test flight. So far, the range is looking good. All the airspace and trajectory area that we are going to be launching through is looking good for our test flight today. Weather has been great. It was a little rainy and windy this morning, but it cleared up. It looks beautiful here in Starbase, and propellant loading continues on both stages.
All right, yeah, it is continuing. We're a little over 90% full on our booster. We are pretty much full in the main tanks on ship, filling up those header tanks. We're going to continue loading prop for about 2 more minutes. Once we're done with that, you've got just under 11 million pounds of liquid propellant spread across those 2 stages. After we get through all of that prop load, our stage 0 will get ready. The ground systems will go through pushbacks, clearing all of those fluid feed lines back to the propellant farm, getting ready for launch. We did just see they did a flap wiggle check, so the final flap check on the ship. We're doing final alignments of the guidance, navigation, and control system, our thrust vector control, essentially our steering, checkouts of the flight safety system. So everything progressing right now. If we do need to hold, that can come at T-minus 40 seconds. That's a point built into the countdown where we can pause to wait for any final checkouts, pressurizations, anything that we need to complete. We can hold there. We will only hold there if we're tracking an issue. We're not currently tracking anything that will hold us at T-minus 40 seconds. But if you've seen a Starship launch before, they can happen. We can push through them and then launch that day still.
Exactly. But when we do pass through T-minus 40 seconds, a number of events will occur in rapid succession. The ground spin and ignition systems come up to flight pressure, ship goes to internal power, and then after that, the quick disconnect or QD, arm lockout is removed in preparation for retraction just shortly after T-minus 0. And once we pass T-minus 40 seconds, we do still have the ability to recycle the count under certain conditions back to T-minus 40 seconds, and then hold there to assess what happened and see if we can proceed again back down to T0.
Yeah. There are a couple of things, kind of gates in that timeline that if we pass through that and we hit a hold, we'd have to scrub for the day. One pretty visual one will be if the water starts flowing for that deflector system that's underneath the launch mount. That happens right at around T-minus 10 seconds. For flowing water, we can't turn it off after it starts, and if we hit a hold, we're scrubbed for the day. We would need to refill those water tanks. We would also, at that point, need to refill all of the propellant tanks, as 11 million pounds of propellant is a whole lot. We can typically do that in about 24 hours, so we can always turn around to try again tomorrow. But we are coming up on 3 minutes away from liftoff. We should be hearing that we're closed out of prop load on the ship at this point. Booster coming up shortly.
And wow, the weather just looks amazing there with Starship on the launch pad. Just about 2 minutes and 45 seconds from T0 with a lot of objectives for today. The booster, the Super Heavy booster flying today, will be flying for its 2nd time. Last flight was on Flight 7 and just turned around in 2 flights, which is pretty incredible. I'm super excited to see that booster fly again.
All right, we did just hear we are going to hold at T-minus 40 seconds. So we'll pass along some more information once we hear that reason. But again, that's not the end of the day. We can hold at T-minus 40 seconds for quite a few minutes. We eventually have to start looking at our temperature of all of our propellant on board. That's usually what drives us to, if we've held too long, we have to stand down for the day. So we are expecting a hold at T-minus 40 seconds. Sounds like we're going to be doing some additional checkouts on the booster Raptor while we're at that T-minus 40 second mark. So we will expect to see the clock pause at T-minus 40. And then again, we've got a couple of minutes. They can work through the issues. If we're able to clear them, we can still launch today. If it's something that we can't, we can always stand down, turn around, recycle, fly again tomorrow.
Again, that's really important. This is what terminal count is exactly for, is to be checking the vehicle, monitoring the vehicle systems as it makes its way down to T0. And again, this gives us the ability to catch anything and be able to hold, as Dan has been saying, and recycle if we need to, or pause so that we can work through those issues and see if it's something that we need to stand down for. And as Dan mentioned, we will be holding at T-minus 40 seconds, so in about 20 seconds from now.
Yeah, so we'll hold there, and they'll work through these final checkouts on, sounds like just one of those Raptors on the first stage on Super Heavy, which as you said, we're reflying it for the first time. 29 of those 33 engines have already been used in a launch, one of which has already launched
Twice, and
twice
we'll go for
and
its
is getting ready for its
third
third. All right.
time.
And you just heard our flight director for the day, Joe Sliker. He just shared that we are going to hold at this T-minus 40 second mark. Keep an eye on one of those Raptor engines on booster. And if you're just now jumping in, we are holding still at T-minus 40 seconds. Watching one engine, waiting for temperatures to kind of get to a zone that we want them to on one of the engines on the booster, on the Super Heavy booster, getting ready for its second ever flight. We'll just continue to hold. Again, we can hang out here for several minutes. We held for a while on the first attempt last time and then cleared it, and then we triggered a different issue on the ground side.
But again, this is exactly what it's for. This gives us the best chances at success.
And the clock is rolling.
There we go.
All right. T-minus 30. Let's listen in. Watch that first flight proven Super Heavy. Get ready to take off from Starbase.
T-minus. Delta 1. Hit hold.
We did have a hold. And looks like the clock jumped back to T-minus 40 seconds.
All right, so we jumped out. I did not see the deflector go off. So hopefully we were right at around that T-minus 10 second mark.
And if we were before that T-minus 10 second mark, we do have the ability to recycle, as we mentioned earlier, back to T-minus 40 seconds.
So it looked like this time it was a ground side issue. We're taking a look at this real quick. So again, we're back at T-minus 40. We're gonna hold for a little bit. We are still not scrubbed for the day. Give them a couple of minutes to work through this. Again, we can hang out at T-minus 40 for several minutes. Eventually, we start looking at your bulk temperatures and all of your propellant on board the vehicle. We're not actively replenishing the propellant on board Super Heavy and Starship, and so you don't have essentially forever to hang out before things start to warm up, and you do want to make sure your temperature's in a really stable range for a healthy startup on Raptor engines. So they're going to work through this issue. We can continue to hold here for a couple of minutes. What's launch without a little extra added excitement? All right, so cumulatively, we've held for a little over 3 minutes between the two holds. Again, this is a ground side issue on our tower. The techs are looking through the data right now to see if it's something that we can either work through or if it would cause us to have to stand down. So we're continuing to hang out with them, holding at T-minus 40.
And if you're just joining us, we did initially hold at T-minus 40 seconds. We continued the count, but recycled before we got to T-minus 10 seconds. And so we're back at a hold at T-minus 40 seconds, waiting for more information. The team is checking out to see if we can continue today. And we're continuing to hold here at T-minus 40 seconds. We've been holding for just about 5 minutes now as the teams evaluate if we can continue to T0 for Flight 9.
All right, so it sounds like we're coming to a resolution. All right, so we are getting to a resolution. We're going to reset everything. All right, so we're going to see the clock. It is now rolling.
Here we go.
We saw an issue with that quick disconnect to the ship. There is a chance that automation will kick us out again if we encounter the same issue. But for now, the clock is rolling. We'll see if we pass around that T-minus 10 second mark. T-plus 40 seconds, it's one hell of a sight from here. We see it arcing right over top of us. We see 33 out of 33 Raptor engines lit on Super Heavy as it starts to ascend skyward. Coming up on maximum aerodynamic pressure, then only about a minute and a half until we get into hot staging.
Wow, Dan, that was incredible. We could feel the building shaking here, feel the vehicle's power. Now we're just about a minute away from shutting down those engines on the booster. Again, this booster is flying for its second time today.
All right, so hot staging coming up a little under a minute. We're going to see all but the 3 center engines turn off on the booster. So our version of MECO, most engines cut off. And then just a few seconds later, hoping to see 6 engines ignite on ship to push it away. All right, hot staging, about 30 seconds. And definitely keep an eye on which way the booster flips. First ever directional flip we're going for today. Should flip straight up. See those engines powering down?
Booster engine cutoff. Ship ignition. Stage separation.
Incredible flip by Super Heavy booster, and you can see those 6 engines, those 3 engines on the ship ignited.
6 healthy Raptors running on ship on its way to space. Peek that engine view. Booster doing the boost back. Chris, how's it looking over there in Hawthorne, man?
It is looking
Raptor, chamber pressure is nominal.
It is looking absolutely incredible here in Hawthorne. As we said, 6 healthy engines on ship. We've got 13 out of 13 engines on the booster, now down to those 3, which is what we expect in the final moments of the boost back burn. Now, as a reminder, we are not recovering the super heavy booster today. We are instead going to do some...
shutdown.
And there we had a good shutdown of the boost back burn. Next up will be the jettison of that hot stage ring.
Avionics power and telemetry nominal.
Great call out there that everything looking nominal aboard the super heavy vehicle, which is returning to Earth. And we're going to be doing some experiments with it, including a higher angle of attack re-entry, as well as some engine tests as it gets closer to the Gulf. We are, again, because of these tests not recovering it, we are sending it to the Gulf on purpose to do those tests. But again, you see the booster on the left-hand side of your screen. You see ship with 6 healthy engines continuing its ascent to its planned suborbital trajectory. Everything going very well so far for Starship's 9th flight. Now 4 minutes, 15 seconds in. Great views from inside of the aft engine area of ship there, looking at those 3 sea level and 3 Raptor engines on the right-hand side of your screen. The booster doing its LOX dump, that liquid oxygen dump. So because we don't need some of that liquid oxygen propellant in its tanks, we vent that propellant out to lessen the booster's mass as it comes in for its landing. Just absolutely gorgeous views watching these 2 vehicles do their respective things in the skies over Texas here today. And Dan, we're approaching the 5-minute mark into the flight. Super Heavy is descending rapidly. What can we expect here in the next few minutes as it does its atmospheric tests?
Yeah, now as we had talked about, Super Heavy might not have a very smooth ride down. We're going to be putting it through this higher angle of attack. So we're kind of pitching it up a tiny bit, increasing drag. We've done this in wind tunnels. We've done this in computer modeling. It shows that sometimes the control isn't great, but only one way to really prove it out, and that's to get real-world data. So here comes Super Heavy. It should be igniting for its landing burn in just about 40 seconds from now.
And we are going to relight 13 engines, then bring that down to 3 engines. As we talked about earlier, we will be intentionally shutting down. We will be shutting down one of those 3 center engines intentionally to push the limits of the super heavy booster.
Ship Raptor, chamber pressure is nominal.
And continuing to see 6 healthy engines on the ship. 3 sea level and 3 vacuum engines still ignited as the super heavy booster is making its way back down to Earth.
We can see those grid fins doing some heavy work.
Booster landing startup.
Ignited for our landing burn. It may have ended with that landing burn. Does look like we lost telemetry from the booster once we started into that landing burn. Did you hear confirmation that the booster did demise? So the booster's flight ending before it was able to get through landing burn, but again, we are not bringing that back. We were expecting it to make a hard splashdown in the Gulf. We were getting live data back the entire time through that high angle of attack flight, so that was something that was really vital for us to get during this reuse. First free flight of booster in the books. All right, ship has about 2 minutes left.
In about 2 minutes, we expect all 6 Raptor engines to shut down. That will be SECO, basically second engine or second stage engine shut off. And these are some incredible views, Dan, from the aft end of the ship, watching as the engines stay ignited with the Earth in the background.
As always, the Starship avionics team, the techs. I think we just heard the booster. But all right, we got about a minute left into this burn. All eyes definitely on ship as we get through the final stages into its ascent. We're expecting it to start to cut those engines off in about 45 seconds.
Terminal guidance.
All right, just about 30 seconds to go. We're in terminal guidance in the final stages of this ascent burn. We did see shutdown of the Raptor engines. We do stagger these, so we do the Raptors first. Those 3 have shut down successfully. Sea level's still running.
Ship engine cut off.
Ship engine cut off, the 3 most beautiful words in the English language.
And great call out that we had nominal insertion. An incredible flight test so far today. We reflew a super heavy booster for the very first time in 9 test flights. Ship is in its orbital trajectory. Again, it's going to remain suborbital for its mission today. But it ignited It ignited all 6 of its engines and made it all the way through SECO just now.
What a moment. Huh.
Incredible.
All right, but I mean, that's still lots to come for the rest of this flight. Per usual, I need to collect myself. Hey, Chris, how's it going over there in Hawthorne, man? How's everybody doing?
I think the elation and the excitement and the happiness at what we just saw achieved carried through across all of our sites. What an incredible view to see Starship back orbiting the Earth just under 11 minutes into our mission. Absolutely exciting to see all of this, and super pumped especially to see all of the team's hard work in action here today. As guaranteed, it has been an exciting evening so far for Starship's 9th test flight. We lifted off a little bit after 6:30 p.m. after a couple of holds that were triggered at the T-minus 40-second mark, but we were able to clear those, one on the Raptor, one on the tower, and we were able to lift off successfully from Starbase. 33 out of 33 Raptor engines lit on the Super Heavy, all 6 engines lit on Ship, bringing it to its planned suborbital trajectory around Earth. But as Dan said, we've got a lot still coming up in our flight sequence. So coming up at about T plus 18 minutes, 26 seconds, we'll have the first deployment of simulated Starlink satellites planned from Starship. That will be followed at about T plus 37 minutes and 49 seconds by the relight of a single Raptor sea level engine in space. This is going to help us gather data on our ability to do a deorbit burn for future Starship missions that will go orbital. And then, of course, one of the biggest tests yet to come is the new heat shield modifications to Starship. And that'll start with re-entry into Earth's atmosphere at about the T plus 45 minute mark, which should take about 18 minutes to complete. And now today's reentry is going to test that heat shield like we said, specifically how Starship will hold up to 100 missing heat shield tiles on its thermal protection system. Now, we purposely took those 100 tiles off over very critical areas of the vehicle to be able to safely test on a flight like this suborbital trajectory into the Indian Ocean what might happen on an operational flight in those areas if we were to lose the primary heat shield tile over Starship. So very critical test coming up. And then after that, we'll have the final descent where we will again be pushing Starship to its limits. We definitely pushed the booster to its limits today to gather data, and we're going to be doing the exact same thing on that ship, seeing how the ship handles various flight conditions that we will need it to fly in as we look to one day soon bring ships back to Starbase for catch and reuse. Now, while there are payload simulators on Starship for deployment today, as we will see in a few minutes, the primary data and the primary payload for today is the data And today, just like with Starship's previous test flights, that data is coming to us courtesy of our Starlink network. In fact, it is from Starlink that you are seeing these wonderful views of ship in space right now. So, and I can't wait to see Starlink really provide those epic views and that data transmission during reentry, which is very, very critical to getting that data during reentry. So, Dan and Jesse, it's been an exciting day so far. There's more to come. As we get ready for Starship's first ever payload deploy, what can we expect next here in the next few minutes?
Thanks, Chris. Just going to reiterate, thank you to the Starlink team for these incredible views today. In a few minutes, Starship will deploy 8 Starlink simulators, similar in size to our next generation Starlink satellites. The Starlink simulators will be on the same suborbital trajectory as Starship, meaning they will passively re-enter the atmosphere, just like Starship. With tests like these, we can see how Starship's payload deploy systems work in flight while ensuring that the simulator satellites pose no safety risk to people on Earth or for other satellites in orbit. Now, this also ensures that any parts of these simulator Starlink satellites that do survive reentry splash down harmlessly in the middle of the Indian Ocean.
And then before we get there, though, we're going to have to open up that payload deploy door. So we've only ever done that one time before. Pretty sure it was Flight 3. Someone on the internet, please check me. But that was the only time we ever opened it. And we've had Starlink simulators on the last 2 flights, but we haven't gotten to this moment yet where we're able to open up the payload door and start deploying these. It's going to be pretty cool. We've got them stacked inside of the Starship payload bay, and we'll have potentially a couple of views. You saw one camera pop up. Oh, there we go. Look inside of the payload bay of Starship. You can see them stacked down in the middle of your view. There's kind of 4 on either side, so they're sandwiched on top of each other, a stack of 4 right behind each other. And then we're going to pop the door open. It's on the right side of your screen, so we'll see that open up and then start firing those Starlink simulators out into space.
We are expecting the payload door to open in a little over a minute from now. And then once that payload door is open, about a couple minutes later is when we will start dispensing those Starlink simulators.
That's a
what a
view
great
right
view.
at the bottom of the stack. So should be able to see them kind of firing out from right there. So really cool. And eventually these are going to carry dozens of the next generation of Starlink satellite into space, and those are going to enable some truly insane things in terms of speeds from space and what we're able to do. Starlink's been really great for Starship, obviously. Getting live video back is really cool, but just the amount of high-speed telemetry, everything we're able to get back is insane. And for a development program, that's kind of everything. We're in excess of 130 or 160. My numbers are fuzzy right now, just like my brain is. But well in excess of 100 megabits per second of downlink, and a lot of that gets eaten up by video. We've got dozens of cameras across Starship. We added several more for this flight. You saw a couple of those as we have essentially 360 degrees. Oop. Open the pod bay door, Hal.
Now we are expecting the payload door to open any moment now, so we're watching out for that. Again, you're looking at the inside of Starship as it's suborbital.
Well, we heard the door open was in progress. It was unable to actuate all the way open, so they are going to close it back up. Hal told me no. He said, I'm sorry, Dan. can't do that. Looks like we won't get the door open today. But that's okay. This is obviously a test we want to be able to do before we're deploying full-on Starlinks. But the real focus for this, now that we are in space, is getting to that reentry. That is the most critical phase of Starship that we still have to prove out. All right, well, so it does look like we're not going to be able to deploy Starlinks today, but we should have pretty frequent views from Starship. They might cut in and out every once in a while, but should be pretty regular. We are in darkness right now, so might be a lot of black, but the cool part is when we get to reentry, it's going to be daytime.
Yes, and we did that on purpose so that we can get some live daytime views as ship is returning back to Earth.
All right, so we are going to take a break. Enjoy these views as we get them. Enjoy the tunes. We'll be back in a couple of minutes when we get ready to relight one of those Raptor engines on orbit. See you soon. All right, if you're just tuning in, we are about 30 minutes into today's flight test. And the ship is on its suborbital trajectory. As you can see in some of the views and from some of the telemetry, we are in a little bit of a spin. We did spring a leak in some of the fuel tank systems inside of Starship, which a lot of those are used for your attitude control. And so at this point, we've essentially lost our attitude control with Starship. We are still on a path toward re-entry. We are suborbital, so no matter what, we are going to enter. However, this lowers the chances for it to be a controlled re-entry. So if you think back to Flight 3, when we had something similar happen, just the end symptom of a loss of attitude control, we were in a roll by the time we hit re-entry. So we are going to re-enter. We should hopefully still have views. The Starlink satellites are pretty robust to still maintaining contact. We've got 4 of those terminals on the vehicle, and they're pretty robust to maintaining contact even when we are in a spin, essentially. So we should hopefully continue to keep live views. It's going to still be dark until we get a little bit closer to entry, as we are a little bit, we're coming up on Africa. I believe we do swing just to the south of that continent. And by the time we start heading out over the Indian Ocean, we'll start heading into a sunrise. So, not looking great with a lot of our on-orbit objectives for today, where we were hoping to do the PEZ deploy and relight an engine, and then really importantly, get into that controlled entry to really put the heat shield through the ringer. Nonetheless, Starship marching forward towards that re-entry over the Indian Ocean. So we'll continue to hang with it and give you any updates as things continue to change. All right, so 36 minutes, 15 seconds into today's flight tests. You're seeing some flat movement here on the ship. If you've been following along, we have essentially lost attitude control on the ship at this point. It is suborbital, so it's still headed to the exact same trajectory as before. We were not able to get that payload door open and deploy those nose cones. We've been dealing with some leaks on the ship. This is also what led to that loss of attitude control. So at this point, we are kind of in a spin, and we are also going to be skipping that Raptor relight. If you've followed through the history of Starship, something similar happened, different cause, but same symptom back on Flight 3, where we weren't able to maintain attitude control in orbit. And so we're going to skip the relight of that Raptor engine while we're in space. We are going to still proceed with entry, but as we are not able to control the attitude of the ship, as we get into entry, it will enter in whatever orientation it is in at the time, which does not bode well for the ship's heat shield, as we're not going to be essentially aligned the way that we want to do for re-entry. So it is definitely coming down. It is definitely heading to the Indian Ocean, but our chances of making it all the way down are pretty slim. So we'll still get as much data as we can. We're still getting live telemetry, live views from Starlink the entire time, and we'll continue to stick with ship as it continues on. We are about 10 minutes away or so until we start getting into entry, and the light will start to pick up as we cross the Indian Ocean, and we'll start to see a little bit more daylight, and we'll, as always, as long as we maintain that comm link, get some plasma on the way in and start to bring the Starship back through the Earth's atmosphere. So that coming up in about 10 minutes or so. So we'll check back in with everybody in a little bit. All right, so we are 42 minutes and change into today's flight test. You're seeing the light show start as Starship is getting closer to its reentry. If you're just tuning in, we were able to successfully make it to orbit, run into a couple of issues as we've coasted to our entry point over the Indian Ocean. At this point, we had lost attitude control of the ship and entered into a spin. The team made the call to do what's called passivate the vehicle, so we're essentially venting all of the remaining propellant overboard, and it's going to make an uncontrolled reentry. Important to note, this is a contingency that is planned for, and we clear the zones in the Indian Ocean where these entries could take place. So we're not going to come down exactly where we would have had nothing happened, but we do clear a tremendous amount of space out in the Indian Ocean in the event that we run into this. We understand that there are always risks, essentially, with these flight tests, with the hardware, but we don't really accept any compromise when it comes to protecting people.
And it is one thing to note is we will actually still re-enter in our planned airspace zone, which is good. That is exactly what we planned for. You know, we do plan for if something does go a little bit off nominal, that we have enough airspace cleared out for situations just like this.
Yeah, re-entry is still just that really critical phase that we need to try and gather as much data, as much information as possible. Is a fully reusable heat shield has never been flown before, the history of space flight, and that's something that Starship still has to crack. And so we had a whole range of experiments on this one at this point, and we just started to lose some of our cameras, so it's very possible that we'll start to lose contact with Starship a lot sooner than we would have if it was a nominal reentry. So we are expecting it to break up essentially on its reentry over the Indian Ocean. So not able to do a lot of our on-orbit objectives today, but just the fact that we, got it into space was just a really big moment for a lot of the team.
Yeah, and another thing to note is that Super Heavy did fly for its second flight today. It first flew on Flight 7, and it made it all the way to our shutdown of all the engines and stage separation, getting ship into its suborbital trajectory today. It did ignite its 13 engines, but it did demise at that point. We did plan to fly it back down to Earth at a higher angle of attack, and we do expect it to stress the vehicle a lot more than what we've seen previously. So it's not unexpected that we did lose the booster before we got to the actual landing.
Yeah. So we're gonna continue to hang out and see if we get any updates on ship. It does look like we might be getting some video back soon. There we go. So this is a view essentially on the top part of Starship. You're looking up at the payload bay and towards the nose cone. So views are going to be a little bit scarce potentially, as again, we are in essentially a tumble. We had lost that attitude control. So Starlink, when it's able to connect, able to feed this down. We are at the phase where we would expect entry to start within the next minute or so. So we are entering uncontrolled, but again, we're entering into an airspace and a sea space that is cleared and monitored in advance of launch and before we get to this phase.
And with the views that we are able to see, you are seeing a lot of that plasma build up. During reentry, we do expect the vehicle to see about 1400 degrees Celsius, and there you can see the flap feeling that temperature there, a little bit melting away. But as we expected with the spinning of the vehicle, we are no longer controlling the attitude of the vehicle. So this is now, at this point in the test flight, it is expected to see it begin to demise a little bit on its way back down to Earth.
Yeah. And so we'll stick with it for as long as we're kind of getting any reach back from the ship as it starts to make this reentry. But yeah, so it's re-entering actively right now. And again, we did do what's called passivation. So you essentially vent all of your excess propellant overboard before you hit the atmosphere. That's a safety measure we can take on the ship while you still have contact with it. So that was done. It's now coming down in the predetermined hazard area that was cleared ahead of flight. Not controlled, so we're not going to get all of that reentry data that we're still really looking forward to. This is kind of a new generation of ship. It has different flaps, improved heat shield, a whole lot of things that we're really trying to really put through the ringer, as there's a whole lot we still need to learn before we get to kind of the next step that we're hoping for, which is going to be that ship going orbital and eventually coming back here for a catch. So getting through one of these fully is going to be really important. It's not going to be today, but we are just going to stick with the ship, see what else we can learn as it makes its way through the atmosphere and brings an end to the 9th flight test. So we'll stick with it.
If you're just now joining us, we did have an on-time liftoff from Starbase Texas at 6:30 p.m. Central Time of the Flight 9 vehicle. We did have some incredibly stressing objectives today. The Super Heavy booster flew for its second flight. It first flew on Flight 9 and made its way to take ship all the way up to stage separation, doing its second flight ever, which is pretty incredible. We did lose the booster on the way back down, as we did fly it back down at a higher angle of attack. So as expected, we did have it demise on the way back down.
Yeah, we were able to get all the way to that landing burn, though. So we made it through that higher angle of attack. So a lot of great data that's going to help us improve those future booster flights.
Yeah, we did do the directional flip, and it worked.
Yep.
It was actually
Flipped
a great
right
view
direction.
that we saw. And then ship continued, 6 healthy Raptor engines in the beginning of its flight, making it all the way to Seco and coasting for quite a while. We made it to the expected time that we would open up the payload door. Unfortunately, the door did not open as we expected it to, so we did not deploy the 8 Starlink satellites.
Yeah, we ran into a couple of issues once ship got there, but I can tell you it was a pretty crazy moment for a lot of the people that were standing here for ship to make it there. It's been a couple of flights, but it was really exciting to see. Ran into some issues on orbit. We weren't able to deploy the Starlinks. We eventually lost attitude control, dealing with some propellant links inside of the ship. And we did lose attitude control. And just to confirm, we did lose contact with the ship officially a couple of minutes ago. So that brings an end to the 9th flight test. So still a lot of work to do, but really big moment. Chris, how's everybody doing over there in Hawthorne? What's the vibes, man?
Yeah, I mean, it's a test program, and that's what we're here to do. We're here to learn, and that was definitely the vibe and the atmosphere here at Hawthorne. Would have been great to see ship get all the way through its objectives today, but with all of that data that came down through the Starlink system, we're definitely going to learn, and we're definitely going to fix that and push forward. Also, great to see the responsible engineers here in Mission Control talking with the flight control teams in Starbase. We talked about how it's great having that expert knowledge on console to be able to go to at a moment's notice, and that really helped us make the right decisions in orbit today when we decided to passivate the vehicle. So we will be here looking forward to Flight 10 and some success on future flights.
All right. Well, obviously, congratulations to everybody that poured so much time, effort into getting this rocket off the pad. The last 2 months have been an absolute gauntlet for a lot of people, and we're continuing to learn more about this ship, about this rocket. We are trying to do something that is impossibly hard. and it's not always going to, you're not going to reach it in a straight line. We said there's going to be bumps, there's going to be turns, but seeing that ship in space today was a hell of a moment for us. So congratulations to every single person who put time, effort, sweat, anything into that rocket.
Yeah, this is exactly the SpaceX way. We're going to learn, iterate, and iterate over and over again until we figure it out. So thank you to everybody for tuning in. Thank you for the fine people of Cameron County, including the residents of the newest city of Starbase, as well as the Coast Guard, Federal Aviation Administration, Government of Mexico, as well as the Australian Space Agency.
All right, now, this is not the end. We're going to have a whole bunch of cool liftoff stuff, so be sure to follow us on X at SpaceX for more, and we will see you back here for Flight 10. Thanks for tuning in.